listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, and we have made the trip down to Porter Street for the top of the table clash out here at Templestowe Reserve between Templestowe and Wantirna South. A big 1v2 clash in Division 2, the two best sides so far this season, and we're set for a massive afternoon as we all get organised in the box out here. Beautiful day this Saturday afternoon out here at Templestowe Reserve, and at the current time the reserves are playing here, and the Dockers 5-4-34 leading Wantirna South 3 straight 18. And we've got the call team assembled as we all get ready to go. Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL, joined with a full crew. Paul Uconi sitting to my left. A great afternoon ahead, and you've already been here calling the women's game, so I'm sure you've got a lot to discuss about that, as well as everything this afternoon too.
Yeah, no, it was a great game in the women's earlier. Upper Gully only had about 15 players, I think, but no, it was a great effort by both sides. It really could have gone either way. In the end, Templestowe just had the extra legs, but really it was we looked at the preview and how close it was, and was really both sides. There wasn't both meetings didn't have a lot between them, and today certainly didn't either. Now we got this game. We got the two top dogs in Div 2 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides have been super impressive. I think we expected Templestowe to be around the mark this year, but Wantirna South has been the surprise packet, so a lot to unpack across the pre-game before we get into the big game out at 2:20 p.m. Also in the box, Matt Spider-Lee. Great to have you back in, obviously, for a Eastland match of the round. We saw you yesterday for the weekend forecast. Had some strong opinions, and I'm sure we'll get into a bit of that again in the pre-game today.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ryan, and everyone here. It's great to be down here at Templestowe. Really looking forward to the clash this afternoon between the two top sides. Both have different contrasts the way they play, so it'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds. Templestowe playing brilliant footy at the moment, deserve their spot at the top of the tree, and Wantirna South certainly not the surprise packet, but certainly the team that's chasing them down at this point in time, but certainly the most improved side in the competition. Yeah, absolutely. They're I thought that it surprised me. I thought maybe a final side, but to be sitting at after the halfway point mark of the season, to be sitting equal top and arguably one of the best sides, if not the best side in the competition. They are flying, and it's going to be a big test for them today out here at Templestowe Reserve. But Chris Cortis also joining us in the box. Great to have you on board. You'll be calling the action this afternoon, and you've already seen Templestowe once, so I'm sure you're looking forward to now seeing how they match up against a Wantirna South side who's in some really good form.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and obviously we saw Templestowe against Surrey Park, and that was a pretty good pretty big game on that day. But no, I've been excited to get down and watch a Wanty South game for a while now, and obviously I think they're more or less the feel-good story of the year so far, so I'm liking it. I was really keen to get down to this one today, and looking forward to a good match ahead. Yeah, certainly right. Before we get into all the games around the grounds, I had a few texts come through last night because one of our very own Matt Spider-Lee was back on the big screen on Channel 7 last night, and we've got the image up on, if you're watching on to YouTube, there you are, Spider, going head-to-head with Michael Voss and asking him all the big questions. What was Vossy like last night after another Carlton loss?
Look, yeah, it was very intense, and you could just feel it in the room. Obviously, extremely disappointed, with their performance. But yeah, the last few times when you've gone to those press conferences with Michael, he articulates so well, but you can tell that it's a man definitely feeling the pressure of what's going on at the moment, and you do feel for him in what he's going through. And you had to listen to what Craig McRae had to say during the Collingwood press conference. But look, Michael was very thorough the way he spoke. You can tell that he's going through a hard time at the moment because, obviously he's under the microscope to retain his position as coach of the Blues, but also from the point of view of, not knowing exactly what's going to happen, off the back of Graham Wright coming in as the CEO. So, like, it has that on-field and off-field perspective. So it's a very pulverising situation, and the fans are not happy, and also, it's just such a big media story. I mean, because Carlton have been a massive story in terms of their expectations of what was probably expected of them throughout 2025. So when you go to those press conferences, though, Ryan, I think when you're going in there for information. I mean, I go in there from the point of view of the analytics and want to know from the game sense point of view, where you get other journalists that are going in there, and there might be some journalists that are going in there for, baying for a little bit of blood, and there might be wanting to really probe the actual political story. So it has the combination of both, but you can see he's on edge at the moment, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out over the next month or so. They've got a pretty tough run, Brisbane, next Thursday night, and Marvel doesn't get any easier taking on the reigning premiers.
And that was the heading into the game last night. The third quarter was very disappointing because they were smashed in the third quarter, 8-2, and the clearances, they were smashed in that as well.
They were smashed at clearances and also a contested ball at -28. So the red flags were definitely up, and the alarm bells ringing. So. And it wasn't as damning.
We'll leave it at that because I'm happy to.
It's an FNL story. We've got to talk FNL, but it just goes to show you that whether it's at community football or AFL level, pressure is felt, and we have to empathise with people. But it is telling on people, and we just hope that the right people get behind Michael. But also, it is great insight when you go in there from the journalistic point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go have a look at this weekend ahead. And there are a lot of talking points across the 5 divisions. And, we sort of went through a bit of that yesterday on the podcast if you had missed it. That came up a little bit late too last night. So there's a good chance if you're listening today that you haven't sat back and listened to the discussion across the rounds. And I think with Premier Division is so interesting this week because there's multiple storylines going on. Doncaster East and Vermont are playing at Zerby's Reserve, and that's obviously probably, in the context of the season, is probably the biggest game of this round in Premier Division because there is, a fifth spot up for grabs between the two sides. And Doncaster East and Vermont, I would say, Chris, haven't really... they've shown signs at stages of the season. Doncaster East had a great win against Roval earlier on, but they've been a bit flaky. Both sides have yet to probably find that consistency. I know injuries play a part in it, but... neither of them has really stood up to grab that fifth spot. So on the line today, particularly for Doncaster East, who are a game behind, it becomes a bit of a must-win game. And the record, the Hoodoo, 0-8 against the Eagles. They've got to break that eventually, and what better time than to do it today?
No, it's a good point. And like you said, it's the fight for fifth spot, which is wide open at the moment. It almost seems like the three, especially these two sides that are playing off in Doncaster East and Vermont, are almost reluctant to kind of take a stranglehold of the finals race at the moment, because we've seen so many times that 1 week we might get a Doncaster East side or a Vermont side that's flying, and then for whatever reason the next week we'll have one that just can't quite get it to click. And obviously we know that just like with any footy side, there are ins and outs. Again, looking at Vermont, I don't see John's back on the team sheet just yet, so he's still out. But obviously they've got Wiedemann back. But you're right, it's just two teams where, in all honesty, looking at this one, I was almost considering whether or not to tip a draw, because you just don't know what you're going to get out of these two sides this season. And I've said it a few times, especially with Doncaster East throughout our podcast episodes and whatnot on Spotify, how they've just been just a bit too inconsistent for mine to really put them in that fifth spot. But looking at it, Vermont and Noble Park are both on 20 points. Doncaster East are on 16. If you'd asked me to take a tip right now who would jump into that fifth spot and who would be playing finals at the end of the year, it would not be an easy answer at all, because you just don't know with either of those sides, really. So this one is most definitely an 8-pointer, especially at Zerby's Reserve. The Doncaster East faithful like having that on their home turf, but you really don't know. You feel like whoever does win this game is it's a lot more than just 4 points in that title, in that finals race, I should say. It's really a massive step forward into claiming fifth spot.
Well, it's a trust factor, isn't it? And look, we know that Doncaster East have the talent. There's no question. They're littered with it, and they have been had that at their disposal over the last couple of years. It's just whether the chemistry comes together on the day, and they've just been. And this team should be providing us with more, particularly with the players at their disposal. So it's a big challenge for them today. They're coming up against a Vermont side that is a little bit wounded. Let's be totally truthful about it. It's a new version of Vermont. It's not the version that we're used to seeing. I mean, there's been inconsistencies with them throughout the course of the season. A loss to South Croydon a couple of weeks ago. They fell over the line last week against Mitcham. Mitcham really had that game at their mercy for the majority of the afternoon, but just couldn't quite deliver the killer punch. And that was the big problem. But look, I think in this game, the context, Doncaster East just have to put a four-quarter performance together and get this win at home. And there's nothing else they have to do to get their season moving and get that fifth spot. But they just let games go at big opportunities. And last week was no different against a Berwick side that we just expected the win. We just expected it, and it didn't happen. But it just goes to show you've got to be up and about in this competition. So Ryan James needs to get this playing list, playing some good quality footy. And it starts, we always say,
starts today, 2:20 p.m.
and it starts at the top, and they've got to get it moving.
Yeah, they certainly do, Paul.
And I think they will.
Yeah, and you've tipped Doncaster East. Chris, who did you tip on this one? You tipped the
I
Lions
went Doncaster East, yep.
I've gone the Lions as well. Paul, this is a very hard one to tip.
I went Donny East as well. I feel like, as you said before, they need to break the hoodoo. Never beaten Vermont.
Yep.
They need to do it now. But,
and they've been close on a few attempts against them.
Yeah, they have.
They should have won that game we covered early in the year.
Yeah, it was that second quarter in that game where Vermont took advantage of the game and went on with it.
Yep, they did. And I think it's just they've got to make sure that when they get the chances in front of goal that they nail them. And if Shaki can get some goals, O'Brien can contribute. If they get Rankin playing some good footy, but they just need their leaders to really stand tall. And Vermont, they got some good players as well, but the players that are out, led by Lockie Johns, that's the big question mark for me, whether they can cover his loss. I'm just not sure they can.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And this is the time of the year now. We're into July. We're getting closer to. We're starting to get really close to fight. They call it Big Boy Month in July.
Is that Dimmer Hardwick
it may
phrase?
be, might be, yeah. But this is where sides, look to start to, step up and really push their affirmations for finals. And both sides who have been inconsistent. Vermont scraping home against Mitcham last week, and Donny East losing to Berwick. But it's going to be a really interesting game.
I just think that they'll be able to get a bit more separation up forward. Shaki, if he can get on top, on the Vermont defence, Wilcox obviously, and those sort of guys, their defence has been a little bit limited in recent weeks. So going to be a big ask, but I think Donny East might just find a way to get home.
I've tipped him, but with no confidence whatsoever. I think this one should go down to the wire. A big game out there at Zerby's Reserve this afternoon. Around the corner from us out here at Templestowe. Some other games to really have a look at. The two other ones, Berwick Noble Park for one reason, Roeville Baldwin for another. Berwick Noble Park, Chris, is quite fascinating now because the Bulls themselves clearly in some good form. They won 3 in a row, had a really good win last week against Roeville, probably their best win of the season, you have to say. And we spoke to Steve Hughes on the Sunday after the game and had some really good group. And they play a Berwick side who are a young side that are building some form this season themselves. They haven't been blown out of the water at all this year, and they've been able to pick up a big win last week against the Lions at home. And that Edwin Flack Reserve, it's a tough ground for some of these sides to come over and play with and score and put on a big score. So I think this is another really tight game and could be one of the tightest games of this afternoon.
Yes. Well, last Sunday on the Weekend Recovery podcast, the question went around, who do you think is going to take that fifth spot? And I actually said Noble Park, but for this game, I have tipped Berwick. I just think that this is a gettable one for Berwick if they want to stay up. Obviously, we know that very fine margins kept them off the bottom of the ladder last week. With their narrow win and Mitcham's very narrow loss. But I just think this is a gettable one for them. Obviously, the Bulls have been trending nicely, but they're yet to really take that leap, I feel like, throughout this season. Although they're stringing a few wins together. We heard from their head coach last week on the weekend recovery. But I just think Berwick, there's something about Edwin Flack Oval. We're talking about it last week as well, that, who has the best home ground advantage. And I do think it's Berwick at this stage. So I have tipped them. I think this is another one where, if you're looking at, you're trying to predict how the season's going to wind up come September, this is a massive one. Not just for Noble Park, who are trying to break into that 5, but for Berwick, who are more or less fighting for their lives here, because they need to be, they need to have a bit of a reality check and say, although Mitcham is still a win off them and Mitcham is still bottom, Mitcham are trending very nicely, and they picked up a win a couple of weeks ago, and they got very, very close last week. And although I doubt anyone's tipped them this week, and I'm sure we'll get into a bit later, they play East Ringwood. They host East Ringwood this week, and Mitcham only lost to them by, I think it was 6 points in the reverse fixture earlier on in the season. So it's a big one again, not just, unlike Doncaster East against Vermont, it's not so much an 8-pointer, but for either of those sides, it's the 4 points become very, very valuable in their aspirations for this season.
Yeah, I agree. And Noble Park, with the guys that they've brought back in the side, Sam Gilbert is one of those. Bodie Lambert as well. That
he's been really good the last few weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been quite impressive. Was really solid in the last month of the season. Reardon's been good. Bailey Lambert's the other one who's come in from the VFL this week. He's played the 3 games, I think, at Frankston. And to have him playing, I think this might be his first game with the Bulls this season. So Bailey Lambert in the side, that's a massive inclusion for them. I just feel like there's a little bit more talent at the Bulls, and they're in some really good form. So that's why I've lent towards them. But they're certainly not going to come out to Edwin Flack and have it all their way for 4 quarters. This will be a real tight tussle.
They're going to be challenged, and there's no question about it. Berwick, whether they can replicate what they've done over the last couple of weeks. Their form has been really strong. But Noble Park, that's a challenge for them to go to Berwick and really from the outset, put their minds to it and really try and put together a 4-quarter performance. Steve Hughes has done a great job with this young group, and just to rebuild on the run and give them an identity straight away. And I was really impressed with what we saw back on the King's birthday against Baldwin. So if they play to that level this afternoon, I think they can get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. A big game out at Seabeck Oval as well, Paul, this weekend. Roval taking on Baldwin. And the Hawks, we knew these players were coming out eventually. We'd been told that a few might be going, I believe, travelling potentially. Maybe the Europe bug has got them. But particularly key players there in midfield, in particularly Brolick and McDonald. Out of the side, I think there's maybe 4 or 5 that are away at the moment. So they're a little bit underdone, and they've got some players coming up into the reserves and 19s who are now pushing through the seniors as well. And they play a Baldwin side who seems to be pretty settled themselves and are playing some solid footy, coming off a win against Blackburn last week. And speaking of Ray, a couple of times it seems to work out that Baldwin might beat him at Seabeck and Roval might beat him at Baldwin. That happened earlier this season, and I think everyone's sort of leaning towards the Tigers this afternoon.
I think a few of the blokes tipped Roval. I actually went Roval for this one. I just feel like with them, and then it's great to see the youngsters coming in from the reserves and into the seniors. Of course, there's some big outs for Roval, and Baldwin are playing really good footy. But I just feel like this is another. I feel like this is a game where it's a home grounds. I tipped the home team, but I feel like Roval are still more than capable of getting up in this one.
Yeah,
I think they're capable. Yeah. I just think the outs are, particularly in that midfield battle. Yeah. And when you look at guys like Bowen Smith, who have been really solid, Urban, I think Kane Turner had a good game last week.
Slimming's starting to play some footy that we expect from him since coming across from South Australia. And I think the one thing about Baldwin is, now that Durden's playing consecutive games, Silvani's been playing some pretty good footy down back. They're just starting to get into a bit of a routine of where they're going to be able to play guys throughout the second part of the season. So that's going to be their challenge this afternoon. Can they put it together across 4 quarters? Because that's something that Bourne haven't been able to do throughout the course of the year. Play solid 4 quarters. They've played a quarter here, a half there. They really need to put 4 quarters together today.
That's why I've kind of lean towards Roeville, because if you do that at Roeville, 9 times out of 10 Roeville are gonna get up. So I mean they had a great win last week against Blackburn.
Well, it was Blackburn's inability to finish. So kicking 6 goals, 21. Blackburn won all the stats.
Blackburn probably should have won last week.
They should have won. They cost themselves the game by their inaccuracy, but also by not being efficient. And the numbers suggested that they won that game. Baldwin, yes, they did kick inaccurate, but in terms of the game, they were behind the game for a lot of the afternoon, and it wasn't really until late in the game, not too dissimilar to the Noble Park game back on the King's birthday, where they came from, where they started to hit the scoreboard. So it was late in the game once again when a couple of their big names stepped up. So it's going to be a big opportunity for them. If they can secure that win and get a few more, then they're definitely a candidate to be a top 3 contender. And I feel if they make that top 3, they're in the driver's seat, and get a real good look at going back to back.
Yeah, definitely. Blackburn also taking on South Croydon, Chris, this afternoon out at Morton Park, and I guess the big story of the week was Daniel Woodham
has been come down yet?
Well, I'm not too sure
because
he's been absolutely everywhere in every form of AFL media, from the radio to the front bar on Thursday, on the bounce on Sunday, Today Show. Been on breakfast morning radio, has been absolutely everywhere, and it is arguably one of the greatest marks. I mean, Spider, you've been around a long time, you've seen a lot. For me, Gary Moorcroft back in 01, I believe, against the Dogs, or 2000, 2001. For me, that one's probably the best. Where does Daniel Wood sit in the pack?
It sits right up there. I mean, Brett Allison back in 1991 against on Gavin Krasiska. I mean, obviously the Jezelenko mark. Gary Ablett, 1994. On Gary Pert. I mean, it's right up there in the real top bracket. I would probably have it in the top couple. I think it's probably the best mark. It was just the elevation. It was just
huge.
Amazing elevation.
He would have gone higher if there were more players. It didn't seem like he was going to stop going high.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Tell you what, the thud he made when he came down.
But it was the control, I thought. The ability to be able to control the ball back down. A lot of players, as we know, they come to ground and it falls out. But for him to be able to complete that mark, and over Ben Silvani, that was it. But I think just the surprise from everyone in the crowd too, and the elation that are brought to the game, because no one had seen that before. Not in community football. So and there's been some big marks in time, but
Warwick Kappa would be up there, where
Warwick Kappa,
he got the call from air traffic control while he was in the air to get out of the airway.
The other mark was Sean Smith back at the Gabba in the mid '90s. So that on Gary Lyon, but I took it over his own teammate.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, I mean, it was great for it. I think Daniel Woody you'll get a good framed picture of that one. So
100%.
And so it's going to be sitting in his lounge room for a long time, and it's going to live on in the memory of the Eastland Football Netball League forever. And it's I'm glad that our cameras were able to capture it.
Yeah, certainly right. So in all of that, they've still got a game that they would as significant of a moment that was, they walk away pretty disappointed that they lose that game, having 6-21, as you said, Spider. Chris, they play South Croydon, who I don't think they have Connor Smith today, and Blackburn get back Lachlan Harry. For me, I think Blackburn are the much better side on paper, and unless they kick 6-21 again today, I think they'll find a way to win at home, and they need to as well, because they are a very strong side, and they don't want to start to string together a couple losses in a row after a really promising start.
Yeah, well, this was a pretty easy tip for myself. I just went Blackburn. I don't think we've seen enough from South Croydon to say that Blackburn won't win this game. I don't think we will see enough from South Croydon to say Blackburn won't win this game. But, I mean, looking at the list, Mackenzie Dorian, Kate Answorth, Patrick Lawler, Lachlan Bajaya. I mean, who's stopping these guys from Blackburn?
Pretty imposing midfield, isn't it?
It's especially with a team like South Croydon who are down the bottom of the ladder or down the bottom end of the ladder this season. I just don't see a way in which they can get over the top of those guys and keep all of them quiet, because we've seen so many times from the Burners this season that they've had so many different guys step up, and whether it might be Dorian or Answorth not so much having an off day but being a bit quieter, it just means that the likes of Bajaya and Lawler are going to step up all the more themselves. So this one's a pretty simple tip for me. I've gone Blackburn.
Yeah, it's the goals from stoppage too, Ryan, I think. That's been the biggest thing during the year for Blackburn. They just find ways to get those goals, and their forward stoppage work is as good as any going around.
Yeah,
and they've just got multiple options up forward as well. They're
very efficient going forward.
And very efficient. That's right, Paul. So Blackburn will win this and win it by a pretty good margin. Around 6 or 7 goals. Yeah.
Mitcham East Ringwood's that last game in Premier Division. Not too much to discuss there. Jack Baldwin, congratulations, playing his first VFL game. Obviously been quite important for the Tigers in his first real full senior season at the club. Josh Tuvey, one of those players back for East Ringwood. I think everyone would be tipping the Roos on.
VFL footy too a few weeks ago for Collingwood.
Yeah, certainly, and that's not what Mitcham want to cop. Him coming back into the side, and I think East Ringwood.
Mitcham have been in a couple. I've tipped East Ringwood, but I mean, Mitcham have been in a couple of games this year, but they haven't been able to get up in any of the close ones yet this year. So, I mean, it could be a bit of a banana peel game, but I think East Ringwood should win.
I think it could, I think it could be a blowout margin.
I think this has got a big margin.
We did say that last time they met it was only 6 points, but from memory that was some pretty poor conditions on the day, so it may have played a part.
The East Ringwood forwards are in pretty good form at the moment. Mitcham really lacking some key tools down back.
We'll keep moving through. We've got Division 1 to have a look at, and we're going to pretty much go through this quite quickly. Norwood play North Ringwood at Mullum Reserve. Bayswater taking on Park Orchards at Bayswater Oval. Just tips on these two. I think everyone's tipping both North Ringwood and Park Orchards to get the job done there. Montrose Baronia, again, having a look through the record and the tips. Everyone has, I think, besides maybe Kate, who's gone Montrose, I think everyone else has tipped the Hawks.
Even Blake?
Even Blake. And when Blake tips the Hawks,
he's dropped his membership.
Yeah, well, he did throw it out. And
well, there goes the life membership from Montrose.
Well, he did say last time, he reminded me that Montrose had 9 of their senior players out when they lost to the Hawks by 70 points, and that number grew each week. It started off as 6, then it was 7, 8, 9. I think from what he said, it's a much stronger Montrose lineup this weekend. But I think the Hawks are going to be too strong away from home.
Yeah, big margin, I think. Around about 6, 7 goals, I think, for the Hawks. Yeah.
Anyone giving Montrose a bit of a sniff? Nope. Paul?
No, I think Baronia should win by about 5 goals.
Well, didn't Blake call Baronia flat track bullies earlier on in the season?
Well, that's why there's a bit of interest.
This could get real
interesting because he might be eating his words. If they get pumped, we might have to on Insight this week.
I'm putting Blake in the furnace if they get pumped.
Yeah. But I suppose for Gary Ayres, the big challenge for him today is how can he conjure up a performance in terms from a game style perspective to stop Baronia. I mean, we know they've just got so much talent across the field. Will he sort of play a slow tempo game? Can he play a style where it's that uncontested style and just try and really make Baronia chase them and be accountable? If you can do that, then who knows? But you just feel that if Baronia get the game on their terms, it could be quite a big margin. Yeah,
that and they've certainly will keep percentage in mind, Montrose too, because it might come down to that at the end of the season with North Ringwood, depending on how the rest of the season goes. And North Ringwood are in some really good form, so they'd hate to come off today with a bit of a hiding. If they can snare a win, they'll go a long way to their chances of playing finals this season. But Baronia, for me, Division 2, of course, the match of the round between Templestowe, Wantirna South out here at Templestowe Reserve. And I don't know if we've got the ground on the screen at the moment, but it is perfect conditions out here. The sun's shining. This is mid-July, and we've got a perfect winter's day. So expecting a big game out here and looking forward to this one.
Well, there's no excuses, really, for either team
today.
Really, I mean, you couldn't play in any more good conditions, for this time of the year. So it's not. Don't think it's going to really favour anyone. There's no breeze really to speak of.
Shouldn't be anyone kicking 621 today, should
No,
there?
exactly. So today
let's hope not.
it's just going to come down to your system. If it's in good order, you can get the job done.
And we will talk about this game a little bit before the first bounce at 2:20. But just on that last game, the last time these two sides met, it was Wantirna South who jumped and kicked the first 6 goals of the game. It was 40-0 just before quarter time. So it'll be very interesting to see if one side jumps or the other.
Yeah, that has to have a bit of a psychological advantage for Wantirna South. That plays in the minds of Templestowe. Will they be ready for it again? It was a bit of an ambush earlier on in the year. Will they be ready this time around for what Wantirna South have to throw at them?
Yeah, well, that'll be a big question, of course, this afternoon. Some other important games in Division 2 this weekend. Surrey Park play Croydon out at Surrey Park Reserve. We talked about the Panthers. They've been the third best side in this competition. Tom Smith coming off another big game last week, kicked another 5 goals. I'd say he'd have quite a few 3-vote performances in the bag already for Surrey Park this season. It's been really, really, really solid coming up in Division 2, and they've had some good contributors in that side. Jack Mart's another one who's going to find 25-30 disposals per game. And their one disappointing game this season, I think.
Was that Croydon?
Yeah, was the game at Croydon where the Blues blew them out. And Croydon aren't a high-scoring side, but they did kick 13 or 14 goals that day against Surrey Park, and it was probably one of their higher scores for the season. And so there's probably a bit of a point.
It was pretty wet that day, though, wasn't it?
It was back then in round 3 or 4. So there's a bit to prove for Surrey Park, Paul. Just to, obviously they've besides that they've got Templestowe as well that they haven't beat, but this is one side they'll want to get one back on before the finals, of course, because they could play them in the final series at some stage.
Yeah, no, I think, they were certainly well beaten on that day. So, they want to get one back on Croydon. The issue that I have with Croydon is that, it's a good win they Croydon had last week. Croydon kind of have to resolve to low-scoring games to win games. They're good defensively. It's just, they got to kick enough goals. Because out at Surrey Park is a different story.
Well, this is a game in the midfield. This is going to be between a team that loves to win the ball on the outside, and that's Surrey Park, against a team that likes to win the ball on the inside in Croydon. So that's going to be the key to this game. Can their inside work benefit from this Croydon? And can they turn it into a little bit of a stoppage game? Can they frustrate Surrey Park? Surrey Park, if they get their ball movement going and their transition game going, they can create and generate some scores. They've got all the forward options going forward. So that's going to really challenge the Croydon defence. And we know that their defence has stood up at times. So, I think it promises to be a real interesting clash.
Yeah.
Leaning towards Surrey Park. I think this might be around about the 4 or 5 goal mark for Surrey Park.
Yeah, Croydon are a relatively strong stoppage team. We saw that last week against Heathmont.
Yep.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think if Croydon get it on their terms again, like they probably did in the second half last week against Heathmont, Chris, that they're a real chance to get a win here. And I just have that feeling Surrey Park might respond this week and get one back on them.
Well, it's a very interesting one because obviously you look at Surrey Park going forward, and as strong as Croydon's defence are, and as much as they've built their season off their defence, you look at going forward, Hayden Telford, Sam Hart, Tom Smith. So there's a lot of different avenues to go for the Panthers. But in saying that, I have tipped Croydon. I just think that, obviously, last time, we're at Templestowe today, last time we saw Templestowe was against Surrey Park. And on that day, the Dockers were just able to kind of make it a bit of a grind in the match. It wasn't a lot of free-flowing footy. Of course, the conditions were different to what they were here today. It was very rainy on that day. But I just feel like if Surrey Park don't get the game on their terms, we know they like to intercept off halfback and then fly off that halfback rank and get the ball going forward quite quickly. But if that doesn't work out for them perfectly today, I think everything else points in Croydon's in favour and points in Croydon's direction. So I think it's a chance for the Blues to take a scalp here, and I've tipped the Blues.
Well, it's also, Chris, the fact that do they have a game plan B if that happens? If they can't get that that intercepting game going and that bounce off that half back line, and that ball movement going, what do they do then? Because they're not a side that likes to adapt too much, Surrey Park. They tend to play one way. So that's going to be the challenge for them. Whereas Croydon, they won't mind if they close that game up if they can get the game on their terms. So, it'll be interesting to see, because Heathmont last week in terms of that game against Croydon, when they had the game on their terms, and it looked like they were going to run away with it, Croydon were just able to adapt, and they just grinded away, and in the end they won the arm wrestle, won the momentum back, and subsequently got the victory. So it should be an interesting clash.
Out of Jubilee Park, the Parker Cup is back up for grabs with Ringwood and Heathmont going head-to-head. Usually they do play night games. They played one earlier on in the season. This one is, of course, the traditional 2:20 p.m. time slot. And for the Jets, we'll probably say this every week, but again, just cannot afford to slip up. This is a game you'd expect, particularly on paper when you look at the two lists. We saw the Jets last week, potentially blew 4 points there. They should win this game.
Although
but in saying that, they play
Ringwood beat Heathmont early in the year.
And they were 1-5 at the start of the season, Jets, which might come back to bite them, Spider. They've got some work to do to make up that slow start. But realistically, if you're tipping with your head, you'd still back them in to beat Ringwood. But they play some close games, of course,
they just
across
give you
the
that
years.
chance, Heathmont. They really do. In that scenario, they give you that opportunity to have those close games with them, because they're not a side that puts you away. They just don't do it. They're not that sort of
Do
side.
they need to get a bit cutthroat today?
Yeah, I think so. They need to get a bit brave. They need, and perhaps a ground like Jubilee Park might give them that opportunity to be a bit dynamic. Maybe have a look at the angles where the way that they're working the ball around. Maybe they might, if they can get that cohesive ball movement going. But it's their mid-range players that you really want them to step up, and also their midfield players, that are charging through, and they've really got to take control of that game right from the outset. So and play across that 4-quarter period. So big challenge for Ringwood. Just don't think they have enough at either end to really trouble them. I think defensively they'll really struggle, and I just think up forward, not enough forward options for me to kick enough to kick a winning score.
We're going to go to a break in a moment, but the final two games in Division 2, Mulgrave versus East Build out of Mulgrave Reserve, and the Waverley Blues versus Lilydale out of Central Reserve. I think having a look at the tips, everyone has tipped the Waverley Blues this weekend, but Lilydale, they've got the new coach in. Sandilands comes in to take over from Duncan Jones, Chris, so a bit of a coaching change. Well, obviously, as there's a bit of a biff going on the field in the development squad in that game, with Templestowe leading 49-26 Wanty South. But with the new coach, we talk about this a lot in the AFL, where for some reason they sides do get up when they have a bit of a change, and they can lead to a bit of momentum and a bit of a spark, and maybe that's what Lilydale do need at this stage of the season, where they are quite struggling at the moment. The skipper Riley Clausen has signed on, committed to 2026, which I think is a big tick. The leader of the club going on again next season. So I'd say it's a bit of a
circuit
potential
breaker for them.
Yeah. Can you see a potential upset out at Central Reserve? Because what Waverley Blues have, and you've liked watching the Waverley Blues, but probably been frustrated that they can't week in, week out find that consistency. What do you make of this one?
Well, it certainly makes it a lot more interesting. Seen across just about any sport, as soon as a new coach comes in mid-season, the teams get a bit of that sugar hit. They get up for the next game, because all of a sudden you're a bit less comfortable. All of a sudden, everything, the slate's wiped clean, and you're playing for your spot no matter who you are. So it definitely makes it a bit more interesting. But I think whether Lilydale win this one or not, I think is not so much on them. I think it's more so on the Waverley Blues, because like we said, how many times this season, the difference between their best footy and their worst footy is just too big for them to really build an account for themselves this season. So they're at Central Reserve. If they can just keep on plodding along like we've seen them throughout this season at points and play their brand of footy, I don't think Lilydale still have much of a chance, although it will be closer for the sugar hit, and especially for their skipper signing on. That's a bit of momentum, I'll say, for the group, and it brings a bit of a better vibe around the training ground especially. But I still think they sit a bit further off, but obviously it does add another dimension to Lilydale now. We've said throughout the season that we only really see them getting wins at the LSO, at the Littledale Sports Oval when they're playing at home. But it now makes them a bit more of a formidable task, and it poses a question that I think we'll especially see today, and we'll be able to gauge a bit better, that they might now become more of a banana peel game for sides that are coming up against them.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll jump into the rest of the games around the grounds and start to really preview this big one between the Dockers and Devils for the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out at Templestowe Reserve. It is the Dockers and Devils going head-to-head 1v2 in Division 2. A massive clash here. The winner of today's game will remain on top of the ladder at the end of the afternoon and potentially might go a long way for their chances of taking out the minor premiership this year and having the first week off in the final series. So a lot to play for. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Paul Uconi, Matt Spider-Lee. Chris Cordes is on food duty. He's gone across to the other side of Templestowe Reserve. Of course, we're on...
great team player.
Yeah, great team player, ordering some food, some drinks for everyone out here. And it's out of his own pocket, I believe, Spot, actually.
Yeah, he's a good man for shouting.
So we'll see.
What he hasn't told you is they were giving us media team something for free, so he's just...
Well, I'm happy to take
I did anyway.
Yeah.
But I got mayo on my sandwich. So
well, that was disappointing this morning when Spider got my schnitzel roll and Paul got one as well, but
no mayo.
No mayo. So just not good enough. Just please explain for that one. We'll keep moving on some of those games around the divisions. Let's talk about Division 3. And this game fascinates me because the record for Sylvan, 5-1 at home, or 6-1 at home, and 0-5 on the road. That's an incredible... we talk about home ground advantages and whether or not they really exist at local footy. this is one that absolutely does Sylvan. And they play on the road today against Fair
and
Park.
some of the games on the road, they've been belting and stuff. Like 2 weeks ago, we were out
Against
at Oakley and they lost by 100.
But it's an attitude thing, I think, as well. I mean, you get to some players, they just have to adapt. They have to have the right mindset, attitude when they turn up, and to bring that effort. And some players, just when they play away from home, they don't do it. It can get a bit too hard. And for Sylvan, they need to make sure that they bring that effort and that attitude today in their kit bag. It just has to happen, because if they don't, Fair Park will. They'll really step up and they get the points. They've got a couple of good players into the side.
They've got to embrace going on the road, Sylvan, don't they?
Got to embrace it. Here's their record on the road. They had a 123-point loss to Oakley District out at Princess Highway Reserve. They had a 34-point loss against Scoresby at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Not too bad. 53 points to Upper Ferntree Gully at Kings Park. A 19-point loss to the Basin at Batterham Reserve. Flipped that at Sylvan last week and they win by 40 points.
Yeah, that's when Prime Train was playing for the Basin that day.
No, he played against Scoresby.
No, okay.
And then against Knox, 55 points, or 56 away from home that they lost. And then back at home, they only lost by 6 to Knox. So there is something there. When on the road, they've beaten just about everyone. Lost that one game to Knox by 6 points. Beat Donvale. No one beats Donvale. It is intriguing, and that's why you think on paper should win this game. Shouldn't be a big talking point, but I've got that feeling that Fair Park are a big sniff today, Spider.
They are. If they're just slightly off Sylvan, then they make themselves vulnerable. So, no, look, I think Fair Park, in what you're saying, give themselves a chance. So I think they, the last few weeks they've been showing a little bit more than what they have been. Obviously getting Bryce Galvin into the club and Charles Stewart as well. So they've got that opportunity to get those players and provide them with a couple of wins before the end of the season. They're obviously determined to consolidate their position in the division. So I think this is going to be a really close finish, and I think Sylvan might just get over the line, but would not be surprised if Fair Park at the end of the day pushed them every step of the way and even themselves got over the line.
And also, back in the reverse meeting earlier in the year, Fair Park only lost to Sylvan by 5 points, and that was a goal in the last minute of the game. And Fair Park beat Knox a couple of weeks. I know it was a wet day, but as you said, Spidey, last couple of weeks Fair Park have been competitive, and I think this is a really interesting game, this one.
It has danger game written all over it, but I've tipped Sylvan. I'm going to back him in to break this hoodoo on the road. And
is this a bit like the Tigers going down to the Cattery today? Has it got a little bit of a...
when was the last time we beat the
game?
Cats? 06 in Geelong. I do remember that.
Speaking of, Rich, you wanted to know about Bolter. He is in. He's playing on Jeremy Cameron. So,
well, he's allowed to before curfew. The game does finish before 10 p.m. I think that he's curfew.
Yeah, it starts at 4:10, so he finishes.
Got to be quick to get back from
but they've
V1 service.
Yeah.
Sylvan are battling for a final spot. So the fact they haven't won on the road yet, they need to break that hoodoo now if they're going to challenge for 5th spot to win games on the road.
Yeah, well they do, but this race to top 5 with the Basin in the mix, we're going to get to another side who's in the conversation as well.
Gully?
Upper Gully should be safe in the top 5, but it is going to be quite interesting.
Knox are in the mix as well.
Yeah, Knox are 4th, but for that 5th spot with the Basin, Sylvan and Oakley, it might finish as beautiful service here from Chris, who has made the long trip around Templestowe Reserve to get back to the club rooms to bring us some drinks and food ahead of the big game. I don't think we've ever been further away from the canteen and facilities at a match of the round before.
I have to say, though, they looked after us tremendously. It was no charge for us here in the van.
No charge. I paid $8 for chicken schnitzel before.
The agreement was we had to shout them out. So if you are coming down to Templestowe Reserve today, don't worry about lunch because I've got you sorted. We've been told they have the best and the cheapest chicken schnitzel roll around. I have got one. I'll be reviewing that shortly. But
no mayo.
A massive,
you've got mayo on yours.
A massive thank you to them out there.
Yeah,
there we go.
No. Well, no, that's very nice of Templestowe to do that. I should have had my Evenel jumper on earlier when I went over there, but
see, that's it.
That's very good from them. We are going through those results, Chris. We just talked about Fair Park Sylvan.
Yeah, I tipped Fair Park.
Yeah,
I did.
Well, we've given them a sniff. I'm glad you've had the courage to tip him as well. This is a real big opportunity for him.
Yeah, well, there were a few roughies I put in this week just based off vibes, which is has held me in good stead in tipping so far. But no, I'll put Fair Park because obviously they've gotten a few names in. We saw them get a bit better last week, and I think that although we've been saying that they're going to get better, they're going to get a bit more competitive in some of these games, and they might be a bit of a banana peel game. Looking at it from my perspective and trying to figure out who to tip this week, Sylvan is still yet to win an away game, and although we'd easily like to say that they'll do it this week, I just thought that if there's going to be one point in time to tip Fair Park, it's probably today. So I think I'm 1v7 in the tips with them this week. So I'll be pulling for the Lions there. But yeah, I've gone to tip Fair Park.
Well, we'll see how that all plays out. Knox v Scoresby is an interesting game out at Knox Gardens Reserve. Falcons have been a little bit better the last couple of weeks after having probably a mid-season slump.
Yeah, a couple of players back into the lineup.
Helps. Yep.
Always helps your cause. And I think Steve Buck will be feeling a little bit
more comfortable
with it all. But look, they just need to get back to where they were early in the year and where that expectation is. Whether that's going to allow them to be a top 3 side and get a double chance, I'm not too sure. But they're certainly, if they get play at their best, they're capable of pushing the top 2 sides. But it's just whether they can do it over and sustain it over a 4-quarter period. So that's going to be their challenge against Scoresby today at home. But Scoresby, for me, they've just got so much depth in that midfield. We saw it out of Donvale a few weeks ago, and we're seeing it in spades just week after week at the moment. They just bat so deep, and they've just got a tremendous forward line set up, and that's really equalised with a defence that's that represents them really well as well. It's really tight, and the way that they play that system. So Craig McKenzie's doing all the right things there. I think they'll get the win. I think this might be maybe 2 goals either way. I think this might be one of the closer games of the afternoon.
Yeah, one to keep an eye on that one. The side who I think actually could make a bit of a late charge for the finals, and I actually tipped them yesterday to finish in the top 5 over Sylvan in the Basin, is Oakley District. And Chris, they get Dane Swan back, who is committed to the rest of the season. I believe he might not play next week due to other commitments, but other than that, they'll have him there for the rest of the year. That's a massive get. As well as Josh Growden from, he's on Instagram, you can have a look, the kicking consultant. He played in that game against Sylvan as well, another handy pickup. And Paul, I just have that feeling that despite how, and every time I seem to trust them, they have a bit of a slip up, but I think they're going to get on to a big win today against Coldstream at home, and I think this can really start something going forward. And particularly if Sylvan and the Basin lose today, that really brings them in and gives them a great opportunity to steal 5th spot at the end of the year.
Yeah, no, they're certainly more than capable of making the finals. I mean, we saw Oakley a couple of weeks ago out against Sylvan, where they had that big win. Then they had a big loss against Donvale, but then again, it is out at Donvale. Not all sides beat Donvale, but to have Dane Swan for the rest of the year, to have the kicking consultant, Josh
you would know the kicking consultant. You'd follow him, wouldn't you?
I think I do. Yeah, I know who he is, but 2 big ins for Oakley District, and if they can step up for the rest of the year. I mean, they're not going to win by 100 points every week, but if they can play good footy for the rest of the year, they can certainly get into the finals.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely
relying on some results probably.
Yeah.
But if they can,
need to make some percentage as well, and they're 2 games behind 5th.
Yeah, definitely. It's
bit of work to do with Swanee, but if he gets going and plays some of that footy that we know he's capable of, then watch out. They'll definitely win games in the back end of the year. I mean, yeah, we know he's unavailable next week, and that's because he's got a business venture up on the Gold Coast that's going to open up for him, and that's fantastic. But no, look, I think it's great that he's decided to sign on, and I think that really reflects the amount of enjoyment that he actually had down there a few weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't come back if you didn't like it.
Starting this late in the season, I'm not too sure where Oakley are, but is he eligible to play finals?
Oh, he'll play
3 games.
Yeah, he just got to play the 3 games, and
3 games. Okay,
yep, and he'll get there. He'll be eligible. It'd just be the question of can they get into that 5th spot?
Fifth spot. Yeah.
That will be the big talking point this final 5 rounds of the season, or 6 rounds in Division 3.
Right, they wouldn't make that decision surely to sign him if they didn't think that they were capable of having a go at this now.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I'm
I'm
100%
with you.
They wouldn't put all those.
So
they wouldn't put all those eggs in that basket.
One basket, because you don't want to get to the finals and then have you go out straight away.
How many weeks left in our Div 3 season?
6 rounds. So there's 6
so
weeks
they're on
there.
4 wins at the moment.
They 5.
5.
No, you're right.
So they got in last season at
Yep.
8 and 10 with a negative record. That got them to 5th. So, I mean, Don Valence scores already out of the way. You'd presume if they play Upper Ferntree Gully again, they'd probably lose that one.
Yeah, it's
so
going to be tough still.
4 out of about 5. So it's close. It's definitely close. But
I just don't have that much trust in Sylvan and the Basin that, I think there's opportunities for them to jump both of them, and they've got to play them both again. So
personally, I don't reckon they'll get there, but it gives them a 1-game leeway if you take out the Upper Ferntree Gully game. So
they'll be rooting hard for Fair Park today. If Fair Park calls an upset, the Basin play Upper Ferntree Gully out of Batterham Reserve, and Ferntree Gully play Donvale Wally 2. I believe through the record, everyone has tipped Donvale and Upper Ferntree Gully in those games. Let's move on.
What is the margins in the tipping, Ryan?
All I can tell you is who's leading, and that is me.
Hey.
And you are very close, Spider. You were second. I haven't got the margins right in front of me at the moment, but it looks like I think
I've got him here.
Oh, you've got him here. So who's in front? Yep, me. 181. Spider, you're on 179, so you're sitting second. Chris is not far behind. You're 178, Chris.
Oh, okay.
And then Paul's sitting pretty
surprise.
close with Brash and 177. Kate's on 178.
How's the Oracle going?
The Oracle is, I think...
Was he on vacation at the moment? Is he on his European vacation?
I've got the Oracle's tips, not in the record, but in front of me here. So we'll potentially, if we get time, to go through them. But last is Ray Baird, who's lurking around here somewhere.
To be fair, though, if it was just Division 2, Ray would be head and shoulders above the rest of us.
Yeah, he's let us know that one. Before we go to our last break, just quickly, these last 3 games in Division 4, Forest Hill take on Croydon North Emlock down at Coonung Reserve. Big opportunity for the Kangaroos to get some momentum here. They had the bye last week.
Get some percentage as well.
A goal after the siren. They are a genuine finals chance this season. I like the Kangaroos.
He let me know. He sent me.
What was the message from Otis?
He was just delighted that they got the win after the siren. It was he said that he was just, as he said, he was just really excited for the team that if they got that win, they really deserved it, and he hopes that they can continue that form on.
And I know when we talk about this, we are impartial. We don't want someone on this who's currently in the top 4 to come out. But I think there'd be a lot of love if Croydon North Emlock can get to their first ever final series and play off in a final.
Templestowe, they're also in the mix.
Bulleen Templestowe are still in the mix. There was a big win last week, and
got a favourable draw by in Templestowe.
Yeah, big chance against Whitehorse today. I think a couple of people have gone ahead and tipped them and think they might get across the line. It's head to Tejani Reserve against a struggling Whitehorse side, Chris. You've made some bold calls this weekend, some vibes. What's the vibe on this one?
Yeah, to be fair, if I'd known that I was only about 3 or 4 tips off, I might not have gone with so many roughies. But
you weren't tipping as if you were dead last.
It could go horribly wrong or horribly right. But no, I've still gone... Bulleen Templestowe, we have said a few times that they're going to pick up some scabs towards the back end of this season. I just feel like looking from it from the other perspective is Whitehorse they're playing, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, I just think from Whitehorse's perspective they are vulnerable, but I think that they've kind of been on a bit of a mini slide recently where I think we saw the same kind of thing with Knox about a month ago where, they've dropped a few games, but I think that especially now that we're edging closer to the finals, I think this is a bit of a line in the sand moment for them where they say, of course, like you said before, Ryan, with Croydon North, breathing down their necks, if they want to be serious about playing finals, they need to win this game. It doesn't matter if if Bull and Temp are trending well, or if they're learning more, or if White Horse are under slide. It is black and white. If they want to be serious about playing in the finals, they need to win this game. So if they want it, it's there for them to take. I've still tipped White Horse.
Absolutely. And then just in the reserves game, there's a minute and a half to go, and Wantirna South have brought this margin back to 2 points. Templestowe leading 7-7-49 to 7-5-47. Final game, Churnside Park versus Warrandyte. Just a quick tip on this one. Warrandyte in some really good form, but hard to go against past a Churnside Park side.
Churnside Park.
Yep.
Spider.
Yeah, Churnside Park, I think they'll just be too strong. I think they've got too many multiple goal options not to get the result today.
Yeah, definitely right. And, of course, a big afternoon ahead across all 5 divisions. The other game we did miss earlier, just a quick tip on this one,
South
Beaconsfield,
Belgrave.
South Belgrave. South Belgrave still got a lot of players out of that side, a lot of travellers at the moment. Beaky, big sniff. This is their best opportunity to beat them. Spider, you tipped them yesterday.
Yeah, Beaconsfield
A
changed
lot
my
of
tip,
love
but,
for Beaconsfield.
I think that with the players that they've got, Beaconsfield, obviously, Ship playing as well back into the team. So I think Beaconsfield are well balanced, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Arts goes, and obviously Ocker as well, who we know has that just amazing ability, who can really turn a game. And I think Beaconsfield the last few weeks, they're just starting to get back to some of their best form from early in the season.
Absolutely. Chris and Paul, just a quick tip before we go to a break.
Yeah, Beaconsfield for me.
I think I went South Belgrave.
South Belgrave. I'm sticking with South Belgrave as well. And we are going to go to an ad break in just a moment here. On the other side, we'll have the Eastland match of the round. We'll preview. We'll bring in the call team and get ready to go. Templestowe versus Wantirna South, 1v2 in Division 2 Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve. We've made the trip down to Porter Street for the Eastland match of the round between Templestowe and Wantirna South. 1v2 in Division 2. A top spot on the line, and potentially at the end of the season, this game might really come into play for the minor premiership in Division 2 in the first week off the finals. So the stakes are high, and we're certainly looking forward to get stuck into this game not long away before the first bounce out here at Templestowe Reserve. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the Eastern Football Netball League, and joined today by Chris Cordes, Matt Spider-Lee, Ray Baird will be joining us, as well as Paul Uconi in the Score Centre to keep you updated with all those games across the divisions. And before we went to an ad break, we were talking about this reserves game, which is now down to 2 points, 7-8-50 Templestowe to Wantirna South, 7-7-49 now. They've just missed as I'm speaking. And that game still has 6.5 minutes to go. I was reading the scoreboard before, and it looked like it was ticking down to the last minute, but still plenty of time, and Wantirna South with all the momentum there, and we'll keep you updated with that reserve score. But Matt Spider-Lee, you had you on pre-game, and we talked about a lot of these games around the divisions, but today, this is a massive one, and first chance we've seen Wantirna South live this season. And you talk to a lot of people, a lot of different clubs around the divisions in Division 2, and everyone's very high on this Wantirna South side.
They are. Look, they've really settled themselves down over recent times, and I think Jason Hefferman's got to be really given a lot of credit for what he's been able to do with this team in coming down division. There wasn't really a lot of assurance of where they were heading this year. I must admit, I thought they were probably more looking for a spot just to make the finals. Had them fairly low. Just wasn't too sure what the depth was looking like because they're a young list. But they've certainly been busy early part of the season. They've got their confidence up, won some games. It's good to see guys like Grimer coming back to the club. Obviously guys like Lockie Noy playing some really good footy. Dean's playing good footy. Brock Caney. They've got so much talent across that board. Tyson Liggett doing some Taylor Liggett doing some really good things. So there's I think there's a good abundance of players there, both experienced and younger players, that give them an opportunity today against a team like Templestowe, who we know they'll defend really strongly. They go in to their forward line. They're efficient. They play that clamp on sort of game style through the midfield. They'll really want a lot of stoppages. Wantirna South will want to move the ball nice and fast. It's just their game style. They move the ball with some speed. They want to give their forwards a really good look at it. So it's all set up and prospect for a really good afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely right. Chris Cordes will be sitting alongside me, calling all the action out here at Templestowe Reserve. And you saw the Dockers live earlier on in the season, and they were really impressive against the Surrey Park side in the wet conditions. This is one of two sides. Oh, sorry, it's the only side they haven't beat this year. After going down to Wantirna South at Walker Reserve earlier in this year. So a lot to prove for them to really assert themselves as the benchmark in this division.
Yeah, well, they strike me as a team that can get it done. They get it done a bit ugly, which is a lot of the time how we measure who we think has real premiership credentials is, can you win ugly? Because any team can win when stuff is going for them. But when we saw them against Surrey Park, they're happy to just tuck in, dig the heels in, and really grind that game out. But they come up against the Wantirna South side today that's been winning in a lot of different ways. We've seen them win by kicking big scores against teams that like to get into shootouts. We've seen them win kicking low scores against teams like Croydon, who like to try and lock the game down. So
they've come from behind a few times as well.
And they have. It's exactly right. And looking at it, they're on a 7-game win streak at the moment. And I've been just dying to get out to one of these games. And I'm thrilled that I'm out here today, because they've been, like I said before, a bit of the feel-good side of the competition and of the EFNL in the general really so far this season. So really looking forward to it. When I spoke to Jason Effernan pre-season, ahead of their season preview article, he actually said that they needed to be respectful of the new division coming down. He actually said pretty much that they can't just expect to get relegated and then get right back into the final straight away, which maybe his side's success has caught him a bit off guard, like it has us at the moment so far. But no, it's a really fascinating matchup ahead of us.
Last week, Chris, they were challenged by Eastland. I mean, it wasn't really until the back end of the game, Eastburg to kick 4 behinds, had the game at their mercy, and then Wantirna South, basically just took the game away from them, went down, kicked a few goals, got themselves in front, and then were able to close that one out. So that in the end, they got away with a win. Wasn't their best performance of the year, but was one that in the end, well, they'll probably in one sense say they got out of jail, but they did enough to get over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fascinating contest. You look at this Wantirna South side, and maybe in previous years we've looked at their success relying a bit on Lincoln Wong, and obviously he's not there this year.
Was there rumours that he was coming back?
He won't be coming back.
He's not coming back?
He's in London at the moment, or England. I'm sure he would. Gun cricketer, gun footballer. He's very talented multi-sports.
I thought that there was some talk that he perhaps might have been coming back, but that's obviously it's a rumour.
Yes, it's probably one of the and I always get asked this, when's Lincoln Wong coming back, and is he coming back? And I go, I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me. I don't play at Wantirna South. But, no, he won't be coming back. So, but obviously with the side itself, and I don't think it's, when you look at the list, is there more top-end talent on Templestowe's list? But I think Wantirna South might be just the better overall side and maybe the better balanced side. A lot of these guys who we haven't seen too much over the years. We don't know a whole lot about them because we haven't seen them live in action. It's been a few years since we have seen Wantirna South play. And, they just seem to be a very well-balanced team. There's good, solid players on every single line. I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. They're very good players, but maybe they're not the superstars of the league, but they all play their role and they fly under the radar a little bit.
A bit, aren't they?
Yeah, and potentially maybe we are just underselling them a little bit as the reserves game finishes with a draw. 7-8-50 apiece between Templestowe and Wantirna South. So when you look at I'm very fascinated to see this Wantirna South side today, and even someone like a Taylor Leggett, who is one of their more experienced players, and we've spoken about him. He seems to be the poster boy on everything with the EFNL record today. And one of the most every time we post about him and put his photo up, there's about 8 or 9 blokes in the comments tagging him and taking the piss out of him. But one of the all-time great, played obviously a lot at the Devils. A very experienced fighter. You would have seen him over the years. Had that little. I think it was maybe 2 or 3 seasons at Baronia with under Matt Clark again, and has come back to the Devils. Was plagued by injury over the last few seasons, but this year being able to consistently stay healthy and on the park, and if he can stay out, he's playing more of a defensive role this season, but one to keep an eye on again today and throughout the year. Yeah, just very well balanced, and his experience as a player. He's just been around for such a long time, but his ability to defend strongly, very skillful player as well. He's going to play a real important part in this game, and you just think that if he gets involved in this game and he can get the game on the Devils' terms, then he might have a real big say in what happens in the outcome. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fascinating. I'm looking forward to this clash, Chris, and we've talked about both sides a bit, and Ray Baird's going to join us in a second as well to jump on the special comments chair this afternoon and really dissect this game. But some of the other players, like Ethan Kike is another one who's come across from Furniture Gully, a young gun
player, isn't he, Ryan? He's been really touted in his ability, and he's made some immediate impact for them. Yeah, absolutely, and I think we weren't surprised to see that because we'd watched him quite a few times out at Furniture Gully, and he was really solid. Still super young, and if we've got the camera on the ground at the moment, there he is running out at the back of the Devils, just coming to your right side of your screen there, and he'll be one to keep an eye on this afternoon. Guys like Brooke Caney have certainly been quite impressive. Jake Dinez is obviously the leader of the side and had a super season, as Ray Baird also joins us in the media van. Welcome to you, Ray, for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, great to be out here at Porter Street. The sun's shining, and bit different on the other side of the ground, but we're here.
Is this the first time we've been on this side for a senior men's game?
I can't remember
Ever.
being on this
Yeah, I
side.
don't think we've ever. We would never have been here because we always relied on power.
Yeah.
We've got power in the van, so that's not an issue.
And we
also
just
used
saw
to-
a terrific game in the reserves. We ended up in a tied score.
Yeah.
And Wantirna South turned a 22-point deficit at three-quarter time to make that a tied game. So it was a great effort in the last quarter by Wantirna South.
And speaking of the sun, you were just sitting out in the sun lounging.
We had the deck chair out there on the bound.
Someone feeding you grapes and.
Yeah, but after about 10 I had to refuse any more signatures.
It's a very picturesque ground here down at
That'll
Porter
make
Street, isn't it?
BWS happy.
Yeah, they're very picturesque ground. I've seen a lot of footy games and cricket games here over the years, and always very enjoyable experiences when you come
I've
down.
actually umpired a cricket game on the second ground over there, Spider. It was an interleague between Boxall Reporter and Ferntree Gully, but never on the main ground.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a big afternoon, of course, for the two sides, and we are going to obviously get stuck into it quite shortly. The two senior sides now out on the field. We're going to get to our tips first, and then we might break down the game a little bit more before the first bounce, because we seem to leave our tips always to the last second. But Chris, I'll start with you, because this is a game where, I don't know why, but every media game we seem to still be on the same page. But having a look, I think we're pretty split across the board. Both sides have a real case this afternoon. Who have you tipped this afternoon, and why have you tipped them in margin as well?
Well, I finally got a match of the round tip right last week with Croydon, but you're right. It seems like a lot of the time we have a clean slate through the media van, but it's good to have a bit of difference today. So I have gone Wantirna South. I just think that they've shown so many times throughout the season they can win in so many different ways if the game gets scrappy, if it's perfect conditions like this, whatever it may be. They just strike me as a team who have more of those options or different gears to go through. But in saying that, they do have a couple outs today. Obviously, no Liam Hewitt, no Deng Andrew either, who's with the Northern Bullants VFL. So a couple of their big contributors out. But in saying that as well, so did Templestowe. No Daniel Cooper for them today. We saw was very impressive against Surrey Park when we first were watching the Dockers in our Eastland match of the round. So I have gone Wantirna South. I've been really liking them so far this season. Maybe it's a bit of a tip with the heart more than a tip with the head. But no, I've gone with the Devils for this one.
Paul, who's going to be in the score centre this afternoon. Who have you tipped in this game between the Dockers and the Devils?
Yeah, I think it'll be a really close contest. Before I give my tip, it was good to get some special treatment from the canteen. I went to get a can of Coke and some chips before, and they were like, "Are you in the van?" And I'm like,
"Oh, I didn't get that question."
Yeah, I don't know what that, but yeah, no, it was good there. But no, I think Templestowe will win by about 2 or 3 goals.
Ryan, you didn't get asked that question because the people in the canteen realise that your EFNL gear you got on, that's not the real stuff. You bought that from Asia somewhere.
No, this is our updated gear with a New Balance logo on. We've got
okay.
It's the new stuff that's coming out soon. So yeah, well, that's okay.
Well,
they can make it up. If they buy me a beer after the game, we'll call it quits.
We'll look after you.
Yeah,
will.
Absolutely. Matt Spiderley, your tip this afternoon?
Templestowe, just think in the midfield, I think they'll be a bit more physical, a bit more stronger across the front there. What I like about Templestowe is their ability to be able to change tempo in game with their game style. Just feel that they might have the answers when they really need to hit the scoreboard as well. So I think for me, they've got a pretty settled side. Mariani, I think, holds the key to this game, just his ability through the midfield. He's just been in superb form, so I really just believe that Templestowe will win this game by about 3 goals, but I really think Wantirna South will push them every step of the way.
Ray Baird, your tip this afternoon?
Well, I'm going with Wantirna South. Look, there's nothing between these two sides. They've both got the same amount of wins. They're 7% different in percentage. There's nothing between them. It's just that I like the way that Wantirna South have been. To me, they've just been finishing games off a little bit cleaner, in my opinion, of what Templestowe have. And if Big Dines can get control of the ruck at the centre bounces, I think that'll give them a good start.
Big challenge up against Mitchener.
Well, that's a
big challenge.
That's a
right.
great battle this afternoon between those two. Both have been spectacular this season across the full season. So looking forward to seeing how those two go head to head. I've gone Wantirna South as well. I just think as the season has gone on, their form has got a little bit better. I don't know how much the home ground factor will play a part here at Templestowe Reserve, but I think Wantirna South have answered the challenges. They've been so strong at Walker Reserve, but they've won some good games away from home as well. I think they'll get across the line by a couple of goals, but I think we're set for a big afternoon. But I mean, the ruck battle is going to be key between those two, and I think it's going to be quite even. And I do like a lot of the guys that run through the middle for Templestowe. We've talked about Carl Giovannini. And
he's been outstanding for
him. And he can push forward and present himself a target. Big guy. Yeah, very tall but very athletic. Michael Fogarty. Having him
very
for the
reliable player, very experienced player. A guy like Alex Brown too, who's just been in terrific form right throughout the season as well. I think he holds a big, important factor in the game as well.
What about Matt Mariani? You mentioned him before, and you said the key there for Templestowe. Again, can play a couple of different roles for the Dockers too, depending on where they want to play him, and probably play in a couple of different roles across the afternoon. But he's hitting the scoreboards.
Well, he does. He has that ability to go forward. His midfield play is strong, but then he has the ability when he goes forward. He does kick goals, and he's very reliable in that sort of way. And he racks up the disposals.
Spider, I'm just putting a Wantirna South coach's cap on you at the moment. Do you have someone run with Mariani, or do you just see what happens? Because in my opinion, I would just leave it go and just see if it becomes a problem for them. Because, to me, you start tagging guys from the very start of the game. To me, that's a negative outlook, particularly if you're travelling well as Wantirna South are.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there, Ray. I think in that aspect of things, you definitely have a look at it early on in the game. And then if it appears like it's getting out of hand, that's when you make the adjustment and you make the change. Because you don't want one player to get off the chain and then have to make that alteration. So,
well, they've got so many options too through the midfield as well. So you shut down one, you let out a Fogarty or Giovannini running through. There's a lot of options there for both sides as we get the coin toss in the middle. And just having a look through here, if we've got that up on the screen at the moment, we'll see which side will be kicking which side. Templestowe have won the toss. They'll be kicking to the left side of the screen. So
the
not
scoreboard end.
The scoreboard end, not the Porter Street end.
You're right,
which
Ryan.
is where Wantirna South will be kicking. Good on me. I've never get the streets right, but that is Porter Street to your right of the side of the screen at the moment, which is usually the left because usually we're on the other side of the ground. But Wantirna South will be kicking to Porter Street end of the ground.
Spider, yesterday did you mention that Heath Disney's making his debut today?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Gee, that's coming from a great sporting family there.
He is,
his father Jason,
he has that
was drafted by the West Coast Eagles, broke his leg and played at Vermont and at Wantirna South.
Yeah, played at Box Hill as well. He had a really good career, even at Vermont.
Yeah, so good luck to him in his first game.
There's a Disney playing in the women's as well. Is it the same family?
Yeah, that's
so
right,
she won
Cameron Disney.
Yeah, she won Best On a couple of weeks ago.
She's an absolute star.
She was a gun,
Heath played a bit at Eastern Rangers as well. He's been a very good player. Gets his opportunity this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Played some games at Vermont last year too.
The two sides start to make their way out into their positions. Perfect weather out here at Templestowe Reserve. It is sunny. It is very clean, the deck here at Templestowe Reserve. So expect a good game. No excuses from either side this afternoon. Already got a score in from Davis Harrigan down at the Hughes Park. Croydon North M Block 2-3-15 leading Forest Hill 1 straight 6. And I think Otis just kicked that second goal, Spider, so we'll tell you all about that.
I think Blake wants us to read out the Resi score too.
We won't do that as we get ready to go here. First bounce, Mitchener with the tap down. Fell through the hands of Matt Mariani in the middle of the ground, and we'll do it all over again. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM for our Facebook and YouTube streams. Fascinating contest between Mitchener and Dinez this afternoon. Mitchener's won the first 2 tap downs. Mariani first to the football, and it is the same result.
So no real winner of any territory just yet as the Rucks will go out once more in the centre. Mitchener gets a right hand to it, taps it forward. Still off hands, going to be brought out through Ethan Kiker. No real connection there on the kick. And wrapped up in the tackle is Jared Smith, who, as was announced this morning, I believe, made it in the team of the week from last week. So Rucks will go at it again. Mitchener just takes it out this time, throws it on the right boot, gets it forward. Looking to do the defensive work. He's legged off half back. He's pursued by Barnes. Bodies hit the deck and umpire will call for it once more. So Templestowe just edging closer and closer as Leggett maybe with a bit of a sore shoulder after that one, but he'll be good to continue.
Stinger to start the game.
Yep. Just lets him know that he's there as Mitchener wins the ruck contest again. There's a free kick going for high contact though, and that's against Bo Mitchener. So it will be Dinez to bring it out. So here's Dinez, looks long down the far side wing. There's a pack forming under the footy. Another free kick's been pinned for holding the man this time, and this one will favour the Dockers. So Templestowe just looking to use the field to switch play. They go through UU Ashwin. Ashwin finds a teammate, and they've got one more on the near side wing, but instead they look forward. 1v1 contest off the hands of 16, and Alex Brown couldn't quite take it. The Devils looking to repel now. Brown still around the footy. Taps it forward only towards the boundary line. Leggett in pursuit. Leggett handballs backwards. Now the Devils looking to go forward. Bit of a scuffed kick. Got away from one player in Kaika, but now get it forward through Dale. In the centre of the field now, it's off hands. Footy got sent forward by Farizas. Leggett around it again. Ducked under one tackle. Got pinned in another and is now called for a ball up. So again, we are some 60 metres out from the Dockers uprights. The rucks nominate themselves, and they'll go up. Bit of relief rucking at the moment as ball bounce out, but it will go the Dockers' way. It's come off the hands of Ashwin. He's got a bit of the footy early. He looks for a target, but can only turn the ball over to Nathan Dinez. 9 intercept possessions a game for Dinez, who's one of the Devils' key contributors. He's kicked wide, only finds Carl Giovannini now, who throws it on the left boot. It's going forward. There's a 1v1 matchup. A lot of work still to be done. Kick around the corner, just drops into a bit of open space. I think play on was the call, so the kick at goal was smothered. Now going backwards to go forward to Fagan Marley. And the mark taken by Luke Grimmer. He looks down the line and finds a teammate in Jordan Dale. So the Devils can just take a breath in what has been a frantic start to this matchup so far as I look down the wing. Pack Foreman, Bo Mitchell just standing out the back of it and takes one of the most uncontested intercept marks he'll probably have in his career, as he's left a bit of work for his team out to do. But now Carl Giovannini gets it wide. Farizas is around the footy, looks to get it forward. 1v1 contest inside the 50. It was past the flailing hand of Jake McMillan for the Devils, and now out of bounds for a boundary throw. So we'll have the ball brought back into play shortly inside the Templestowe forward 50.
It's quite obvious that Wantirna South, they're very wary of kicking that ball long down the line. They had to finally do it in front of us, and what happened straight into Mitchener's hands.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Hot start to this one. 3.5 minutes gone first term. No score. And there's been a free kick awarded. It is going the way of Wantirna South in their defensive half of the ground. And they'll look to use that far broadcast side and go long down the line. Punched forward there from Harding. We'll get a stoppage right in front of the club rooms out here at Templestowe Reserve. 70 out from Templestowe's goals. 4 minutes into this first quarter. Tapped down by Mitchener. Once again, that ball just going nowhere. So, bit of a stalemate early in this one. Mitchener and Dinez do battle again. It's Mitchener, but he went down to Kaika for the Devils, who got the kick away, the clearance forward, but the Dockers have plenty of numbers around this footy. Dracula puts it on the right boot towards the forward half of the ground. Fasanella dangerous in this position. He's well competed with there, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Dockers. And got some scores around the grounds?
No, I just about to say, the ground, having seen from the women's game earlier, it's ground's a bit spongy at the moment.
So spinning around there was Kazakis. Couldn't quite get rid of it. Tackled by Kaika. Still in a dangerous area here for the Dockers. A big opportunity for their first.
But this is where they're dangerous, right?
The afternoon.
Forward stoppage play.
So tap down this time by Priest. The handball away from Kaika, been involved early. Cut off that time by Fasanella. And has in fact got himself a free kick here too. The Devils. Kaika plays on straight away, handling it backwards. And they go back towards the full back line. And they'll now look to switch the play onto the broadcast side. The kick is a poor one. It's cut off that time by UU Ashwin, who'll be in range here if he wants to take the set shot. He'll be kicking from just outside the arc. It is a tough angle from here, but he's taking his 30 seconds to go back and put this one through. Tough angle from here. He'll extend it as much as he can. The kick, it's to the right. If it holds in play, there is a mark taken, and either it was going to be out of bounds on the full or there's going to be a mark. But Wantirna South will take this in their back pocket.
So the Devils looking to bring it out just beside their uprights, and it's just a long hoofing kick clearing the 50 as plenty fly at it. Bo Mitchell got two hands to it and then brought it down with the right. So the big man out the back of the pack once again takes intercept mark. And he'll look inside forward 50. It's a low darting kick only as far as the Devils' Jake McMillan who gets hands on it, and the umpire will call for the ball.
You just got to be very careful, the Devils, when they want to switch that ball. Got to make sure they execute their skills. As
the boundary throwing is now back into play. There's a free kick in the ruck contest, which is going the way of Wantirna South. So a bit of a cagey affair. The Devils still looking for their first inside 50 of the match, I believe, as they look to just clear their lines now. It's all the Dockers pressure winning out at the moment as Fogarty flew for it, but he spoils his own man. It comes out, and Wantirna South, their numbers on the wing are pushing the back, though will go the way of the Devils. So now footy in the hands of Quinn Clark, who just looks to go wide and finds a target out on the wing. It was a terrific kick and finds his man, believe in Luke Grimmer, who looks forward again. There's the first inside 50 of the match, and it's just going to fall into the Dockers' hands. So that time it's number 18 in Douglas Wooden standing up strong, taking the intercept mark, but they can't bring the footy out quite well enough, and it's out for a boundary throw.
This gives the Devils a great opportunity. It's their first inside 50s, and they've got a stoppage. They can get him in the right positions, and hopefully from the clearance they can score.
Scores in Premier Division at the moment. South Croydon 1 behind to Blackburn, yet to score. Vermont 1-1-7 to Donny East, yet to score. East Ringwood 1-4-10 to Mitcham, yet to score. Noble Park 1-3-9 to Berwick, yet to score. And Rowville 1-1-7 to Bolwyn, yet to score.
So the Devils with a chance now to lock the footy in their forward 50 for a change.
Yeah.
It's been locked down Templestowe's end so far as the rucks cancel each other out. Mitchell tried to get it again, couldn't quite bring it out. There's another ball up, so maybe our third or fourth consecutive ball up here. No real territory gained on the other side. It's a chance for the first major of the day, or the first score of the day as well, as came off the hands of Mitchell. He couldn't quite take it cleanly. Weird bounce in the middle, socket off the ground on the half volley. Now it's a foot race. Who's going to win now? It's Wantirna South there first with McMillan. McMillan tackled, but just about managed to get it out to Butler, who's now wrapped up in a tackle himself as we go into the score centre with Paul Yaconi.
In Div 1, Baronia 1-4-10 to Montrose 1-6. North Ringwood 4-3-27 to Norwood, yet to score. Park Orchards 1-3-9 to Bayswater 1-2-8. And South Belgrave 3 behinds to Beaconsfield, yet to score.
So Mariani wrapped up in a tackle there, but back where it all started. So Mitchener and Dinez go at it again. Mitchener wins out. Gosh, she's impressive so far this season and so far this game for the Dockers. As we'll have another ball up.
It looks like Wantirna South have got Jack O'Keefe running with Mariani.
So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one so far as Mitchener will win the hit out again, but only goes as far as Jake Dinez this time. He's able to just get a quick handball out, looking for Figamali. Couldn't quite get it to him. Low dribbling kick inside forward 50 for the Dockers. They're looking to bring it out as they look to go back across the 50. There's a free man under the footy.
That's the second time that they've been able to do that, Templestowe. So when the ball comes out to these half-forward flanks in the forward 50 for Templestowe, Wantirna South have got to just guard that corridor because it's happened twice
isn't it,
now.
Ray? Yep. Yeah, got to guard the space.
So it's Matthew Mariani with the set shot now for the first score of the day. We're kicking from a very slight angle, about 30 metres out. A goal here would put his side ahead and put him into double digits for the season as Mariani comes in on the right boot. The kick's on its way and he just looks like he's pulled it. Yep. And he has. So first score of the day is just the minor as Templestowe take a 1-point lead.
He just didn't quite... He just leant back on the kick a little bit. He just needed to be a little bit more concise with his approach.
In Div 2 at the moment, Croydon 1-8 to Surrey Park 1-7. Mulgrave 4-3-27 to East Ringwood 3-2-20. And Heathmont 4-5-29 to Ringwood 1-7.
Nathan Dinez to take the kick in for the Devils. He'll kick it towards us on the broadcast side. Big pack of players will fly for this one. And the mark is taken by Bailey Watson. We'll send the Dockers back into attack. Who's there? Brown got a fist to it. Really in defence there. Big tackle by Matt Mariani and has been rewarded.
It was a good tackle.
And he has. So holding the ball free kick. Matt Mariani will now go back for another set shot and look to reverse that last one and kick his first of the afternoon and the game's first too.
He's just had so much influence on the game in the early stages. He's been around the ball.
Yeah, a couple of big moments. He'll like to convert this one. 11 and a half minutes gone first term. We're yet to get a goal on the board. 1 plays 0. Can Matt Mariani put the first through of the day? He does. Makes no mistake, and Templestowe are on the board. 1-1-7, leading Wantirna South. No score. 11 and a half minutes gone first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Look, it's been 11 and a half minutes of really tough football, particularly for Wantirna South back six. But I think that Jason Heffernan will be really happy with his back six to only concede one goal in nearly 10 minutes of football.
In Div 3, Fair Park 3-3-21 to Sylvan 2-1-13. Scoresby 4-3-27 to Knox 3 behinds. Oakley District 3-6-24 to Coldstream 2 behinds. Upper Ferntree Gully 1-4-10 to the Basin 1-2-8, and Ferntree Gully 1-2-8 to Donvale 1-1-7.
Carl Giovanni gets the ball forward out of the centre. Stoppage just off the hands of Ashwin. Fumbled it again, fumbled it once more. Overran the footy. Around it is Grimmer for the Devils, and we'll have a ball up. So it's been all the Templestowe pressure so far around the ball has put them in good stead as Mariani's getting involved in just a few afters. As Mitchener wins the tap again, averaging over 200 raking points so far this season, and we can see why. Is wrapped up in the tackle. Mariani got his man and let him know about it, that's for sure. But the Devils are looking to come away with a footy. Wrapped up in the tackle was Butler as he went to kick it. Brilliant pressure again by the Dockers, and returning service Wantirna South with the tackle. So we'll have another ball up in the centre as we go in the score centre with Paul Coney.
In Div 4, Whitehorse 3-1-19 to Bulleen Templestowe 2-1-13, and Churnside Park 2 straight 12 to Warrandyte 1-2-8.
Jake Dinez did better in the ruck contest that time. Giovanni just managed to get a handball out. Was nearly pinned. He's got the footy again. Wrapped up once more by the likes of Jamie Hunt.
Well, both sides have been real tough in the contest, and particularly with Mariani for Templestowe.
Yeah, very physical game to date so far, Ryan.
Mitchener wins the tap. He gets it backwards so that his team can go forwards, and they do so. Left-footed kick down the wing. Over the back was Grimmer. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Handball from Brown missed its target. Devils still looking to bring it out. Can't quite do so yet. But now they can get a quick kick forward. It's a rush, but there's a pack under it. Mitchener's one of them. Dinez made a contest of it. He did brilliantly himself. Wrapped up in the tackle now is number 23 in Ryan Giovanni that time. And we'll have a ball up just in front of us. True centre wing on this near side. Mitchener wins a tip, gets it to Fogarty. High contact though will go against Mitchener. So he's a bit taller than Jake Dinez, but I think that's maybe the second time he's been pinned for high contact.
Yeah, just a bit
as he kicks inside 50, leading up was Jesse Warner. Got a bump on his way, but it was legal. Now into the centre of the ground for the Dockers. Ashwin. Handballs off to Carl Giovanni. Hoofing kick inside 50, 1v1. There's a flight at Devils defender at the bottom of it. Now looking to bring it out is Noy. Got wrapped up in the tackle as they look to bring it out of defensive 50, and the umpire will call for a ball up. So the Dockers going awfully quickly when they have the footy, looking to transition. Use that pace. Dinez wins the hit out this time, looking to bring it out of the Dockers. They get it forward through Michael Fogarty, and his kick is true. And the Dockers get the second of the day. So another stoppage goal inside the forward 50 for Templestowe, and that's where they make their money.
They do, and they're just so good at it. And they did that early in this season when we saw them play against Surrey Park. But once again, they just come to the fore when that stoppage comes. So Fogarty finishes off the work. He's looked very dangerous early, along with Mariani, who's getting a lot of the ball.
Well, they've brought the heat, the Dockers, and
yeah, they've brought the pressure, haven't they?
Yeah.
A couple of times the Wantirna South players, Ray, have just had a couple of second guesses and fumbled the ball. They've just got to be a bit more decisive with their decision making and their disposal.
So back in the middle again. Mitchener has been another important play in the first 15 minutes. They lead the Dockers 2-1-13 to Wantirna South. No score. Certainly been the better of the two sides in the early stages of this game. Back in the middle again. Fogarty's underneath this one. So's Kaika for the Devils. Ball comes out to Giovannini. And we'll do it all again. We'll get another ball up in the centre of the ground here at Templestowe Reserve. Fantastic afternoon for local footy. Mitchener with the tap down. Devils trying to get the clearance forward, but it's a holding the ball free kick going the way of the Dockers. It's Josh Warren taking possession of the footy, finds Fogarty. Fogarty towards the half-forward line. The mark is taken. Zainanati might just be in range here. Be kicking from 45 to 50 metres out, right in front of the faithful down here at Templestowe Reserve. A decent angle from here, so he'll take all his best. A kick on its way has gone through for a minor score, and that moves to Templestowe to 2-2-14. Wantirna South no score, 6.5 minutes played first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Looking very dangerous at clearance at the moment, the Dockers.
The Devils look to use a far side to bring it out. They find a teammate in Luke Grimmer, who's had a fair bit of the footy to start off this matchup. It is the Dockers by 14 though, so Wantirna South need to get the ball forward. They've only done it a couple of times as pack forms. Dinez got the mark over Mitchener. Figamali through the middle of the ground, took a bounce. It didn't sit up for him. Maybe they're the spongy conditions we heard about before. As now inside 50, Warner's under the footy and was leading up well. Takes the mark just inside the boundary line. We'll look to set up a teammate here as a centering ball goes through the hands of Carl Giovannini. Around it was Smith. Gets it to a teammate in Caney.
What a tackle.
Brooke Caney wrapped up and not allowed to go anywhere. As the Dockers defence stands tall. So it was a brilliant tackle there by Jack Harding.
It was. That was brilliant by the Dockers defence.
Saved the goal there.
It did, yeah.
And they use the corridor now to bring the footy out. So Fogarty, who just kicked the last goal, now in his defensive 50, working on both sides of the ball, sent it down the wing. Good use of body from Kazakas. Footy still to be won here. Templestowe looking to bring it forward. It's in the hands of Barnes. Still not really able to get a clean possession going. Here's Mariani, gets a handball off before he got hit. The Dockers are away here. One bounce on the wing. Time for another. Instead, elects to handball it over the top to Watson. Watson looks for goal and it's through.
It doesn't get any better than that, coast to coast for the Dockers.
Well, it's
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. It's a transition game, Ray. So when you get a guy like Fogarty that can get the ball to Mariani and you can chain up and transition the ball like that, not many teams are going to be able to break that passage of play. That was just simply brilliant work by the Dockers.
Yeah.
So they've really jumped him now. 3-2-20 to the Devils. No score, 18 minutes gone first term. Wantirna South looking for their response. We do remember that game earlier on in the season at Walker Reserve. It was the Devils who kicked the first 6 goals of the game, so a bit of a vice versa at the moment, but certainly not as much damage on the scoreboard just yet.
But it's the inside run at the moment that is really worrying the Devils. Just the ability to go from inside to outside.
A couple of warning signs early in this game.
Spider, one thing that I've noticed, though, when there is a stoppage and it looks like it's going to go the Dockers' way, they are off to the races. They are off to the races.
They're brilliant like that.
Yeah, definitely right as we get back in the middle of the ground and we do it all again. So Mitchener and Dinez go at it. Mitchener ends up with the footy, gets a handball cut off by Figamila. The handball away, O'Keefe involved. Dinez out of the middle, clearance forward. Underneath this one was Douglas Wooden. Didn't take the mark, but kept the footy in front of him. Got the handball away. They've done well in defence so far. Ball comes back out. Jake Dinez chasing this one towards the boundary line. And had Joel Wood to compete with as we'll get a stoppage on the far side. At 70 out from Wantirna South goals, who are yet to hit the scoreboard as we almost tick into time on in the first term. Mitchener's tapped down, falls into the hands of O'Keefe. Swung around on the right boot, goes higher than it does long towards centre half forward. The Dockers with the numbers to clear this one out towards the wing. No mark taken. Couldn't quite control it there. Kudanati. And we might just get another ball up.
That was great play by Noy then from Wantirna South. You know, once his opposition player dropped the mark, he was off and he really contested that one well.
Yeah, certainly, as they've heard him from the transition so far in this game. So a little bit better there as Mitchener got the tap down. Mariani bursting through the kick towards the half-forward flank, rolls out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in now. 60 out from the Dockers goals. They lead this game by 20 points, 3-20 to the Devils, no score. 20 minutes gone first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. As we'll get the boundary throw in here. Edging closer to the Dockers goals who have been in control. That time it bounces off Watson's hands and right back over the line. And we'll get another boundary throw in.
So it's a different story to the first time these two sides met. This time it's Templestowe jumping Wantirna South out of the gates. As the boundary throwing comes in once more, Mitchell wins a hit out. Of course he does. Looks for Ashwin. Ashwin off hands, off feet. Goes out for another boundary throw in. So no clear winner of the footy just yet, as we are in the forward pocket. Templestowe side of the ground. They are at home today and looking to make this a bit of a fortress as the boundary throw will come in once more. Rikes have to do a bit of work to get to it. Mitchell discarded of his man, but did so illegally. So Wantirna South will have a chance to repel now and really, once again, look for a bit of territory. It's been all Templestowe so far. You'd think Templestowe Reserve was on a hill, the way this game has panned out so far. As it's the Devils now with a footy as we're into time on. 21 and a half played. So Muir just looked to go across the face of goal and missed the kick, shanked it so badly that it went out for a rush behind. So
that was just terrible, but it was just not the option initially. He's always had to be more focused down the ground, I think.
So the Dockers' pressure definitely being felt here. It was well done from Quinn. Take the mark, but his kick went into the man on the mark. Now around it is McMillan. He's got a bit of work to do. Gets it high and down the line. Didn't go very far. Flying at it by himself was Big Chaz. He caught one for his efforts. Couldn't quite take the mark, and wrapped up in the tackle was Triculia. So we'll have a ball up just in front of us here. True centre wing on the near side. It's Templestowe by 21 in this 1v2 clash in Division 2 as Figamali looking to just muscle his way out. Couldn't do so. Was wrapped up and was not let go by Matt Mariani, who's come to play today.
Their pressure around the ball, the Dockers, is just exemplary at the moment.
Mitchell in the ruck contest. They cancel each other out. Fogarty gets it forward underneath the drop of the ball as the Wantirna South defender. So they can bring it out now, the Devils. Look to use the far side kick to a 2v1 though, and it's ill-advised. Intercept mark taken. The Dockers return to sender 2v1 in Wantirna South's favour. No real winner of the footy just yet. Now the Devils can bring it out. Short chip kick to Figamali, who's going to have time and space to take the mark and look at his options. Triculia stands the mark as the short chip kick down the line was off the instep of the foot, falls into Josh Warren's hands. He's had a bit of a quieter start to this match, but looks into the forward 50 himself. It's a shallow entry. Body's dropping around the footy. The Devils looking to bring it out. Noy had the ball, but was deemed to have gone out of bounds with it. So we'll have a boundary throw in. Just a few skill errors so far from the Devils. They've looked a bit shell-shocked throughout this opening term so far as we are 23 and a half gone. Boundary throw-in comes in. Rocks will go at it once more. This time it's just grabbed out of the ruck by Bailey Watson, who went up uncontested. Looking to bring it out was Noy, who's been good so far for his side. Still no real winner of the footy, and bodies drop on it once more. So we'll have another ball up just outside Templestowe's forward 50.
Dockers just denying the Devils the corridor, and that's why they're forcing so many turnovers.
24 minutes gone first term. Templestowe 3-3-21. Wantirna South yet to score. 1v2. Watson got the tap down. Fogarty couldn't quite control it. The ball comes back out. Works out okay for the Devils, but under a lot of pressure here. Got the handball away off to Clark. Clark with a bit of time to move towards centre half forward. And great mark. It is paid there to Jesse Warner in front position. Long way out from home. Looks to play on straight away. Can they get one back before quarter time? The kick comes from behind. Giovannini was underneath it. Dockers have the numbers. Look to use the corridor. Warner's there for the Devils. So's Figamali. Picks it up cleanly. Gets the handball away. Here's Dinez. Nathan Dinez going inside 50. And the siren just beats Quinn Clark, who took the mark. But after the umpire called quarter time. So a missed opportunity there for Wantirna South. The siren beats them. And at quarter time, it is the Dockers, 3-3-21 to Wantirna South, no score. The goal kickers for the Dockers, Fogarty, Mariani and Watson. We'll take a little break here and then jump in for the second quarter action out here at Templestowe Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve Eastland match of the round 1v2 in Division 2, and in quarter time here it is the Dockers 3-3-21 getting the jump on Wantirna South, yet to score. We've got a lot to break down with that first quarter, but Paul Uconi, who's been in the score centre, start us through with some of those scores around the grounds. No boundary riders today, so unfortunately we won't have the coach interviews, but Paul, what have we got around the grounds this afternoon?
Yeah, so starting off in Premier Division, Blackburn doing it comfortably over South Croydon. Blackburn 4-2-26 to South Croydon, 1 behind. Vermont 5-3-33 to Donny East 1-1-7. East Ringwood 3-5-23 to Mitcham 2-1-13. Noble Park 3-5-23 to Berwick 2-2-14, and Roeville 5-2-32 to Bolwyn 2-12. In Division 1, Baronia 4-4-28 to Montrose 2-2-14. North Ringwood 6-5-41 and Norwood yet to score. Bayswater and Park Orchards are 1-4-10 apiece, and South Belgrave 2-4-16 to Beaconsfield yet to score. In Division 2, Surrey Park 2-2-14 to Croydon 1-5-11. Mulgrave 7-3-45 to East Burwood 4-3-27. Heathmont 4-6-30 to Ringwood 3-1-19. And in Division 3, Fair Park 4-3-27 to Sylvan 4-1-25. Scoresby 6-4-40 to Knox 1-3-9. Oakley District 8-7-55 to Coldstream 1-2-8. Upper Gully 2-6-18 to the Basin 1-2-8, and Donvale 2-4-16 to Ferntree Gully 2-3-15. And in Division 4, Whitehorse 4-3-27 at Bulleen Templestowe 2-2-14, and Warrandyte 3-2-20 to Churnside Park 2-2-14.
Thanks, Paul. A lot of interesting games across the divisions. Ray and Spider in the special comments chairs this afternoon. What do you make of that first term, dominated by obviously the Dockers? But Only 21 points. I felt like it did feel like a potentially could have been a little bit more.
It could have been because they went into 50 that many times and they could have just scored a lot more. But it was the Devils' just inability to be able to clear the ball out and execute their skills race. So they're going to have to clean that part of their game up. But the Dockers are well on top, particularly in the middle part of the ground. So they're going to have to watch guys like Fogarty and Mariani, who are definitely had the most influence on this game so far.
Yeah, if you look at a positive from Wantirna South, you're only conceding 3 goals. As we said, there was a heck of a lot of inside 50s, and that back 6 of Wantirna South were under immense pressure. Now, if they can just come out, if Wantirna South can just come out and kick 1 or 2 goals on the scoreboard, look, it's going to be game on. Don't worry about that. Question to you, Spider, can Templestowe keep this pressure up for 4 quarters? Because they're absolutely they're like a bullet.
They are a high pressure side, so I think they can sustain it. But Wantirna South just have to adjust accordingly. They've got to get a little bit more direction in their game when they transition the ball.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely a big second quarter about to come, and if they don't get off to a quick start, Chris, this game certainly could get away from them. So.
They're just got to get their entries a little bit
battle.
deeper too. Got to give themselves a couple of targets a bit deeper. The shallow entries are certainly hurting them, the Devils. Yeah.
Got to get those entries too.
And they've got to get them. So they haven't even had their hands on the ball at clearance or stoppage yet.
And that is probably the area we've looked at this Templestowe side across the season is why they have been so strong, is that their midfield group is it's a powerhouse midfield when you really think about it. As we get ready to go for this second term as the last patrons make their way off the field. And we'll kick-start things again. 21-point lead at the Dockers quarter time. Mitchener gets the tap down. Fogarty's first to it. Socket off the ground. Might end up with the possession as well, as he's tackled that time by Heath Disney. We'll get another ball up. Mitchener Dinez. Dinez wins that battle. Picks it up, gets the handball over the top. Was looking to get that off to Caney under a bit of pressure from Warren. The Dockers end up with a footy. Big tackle late. They'll be holding the ball. Well done to Kaika.
That's the intensity they need. Yes, that's the intensity the Devils need straight away.
Passed it off straight away to Caney. Did Kaika as they go towards centre half forward, juggling one-handed mark. Nicely done there by Zukowicz for the Dockers at centre half back and looks to play on straight away. Has an option there in UU Ashwin. On the half-back line, who takes the mark uncontested. Goes over the top to Jackson Lee, who looked to play on. In front of his opposition there in Jake McMillan. Uses the corridor this time. That's a perfect weighted kick. And on the chest of Fogarty. So Michael Fogarty, who's been one of the more influential players in the first term out here at Templestowe Reserve. Uses this ball well. Just finds his target. And they've made their way up the ground. Josh Warren now puts them back inside 50, looking for Giovannini. Couldn't quite take the mark. Ball that hits the deck. Disney got the handball away. Dinez out of defence of the Devils, long towards the outer wing, and has been picked off here by the Dockers in Trikula.
So Templestowe will look to use the corridor. Ashwin Flew couldn't quite get to it. It's going to drop to Smith for the Devils. Looks to get it to Figamali and does. Figamali plays on straight away. Got it off just in time. Kick continues down the wing. Was through the hands of Van Grundel. Was a mark he should have taken. Sets, composes himself. Gets to the edge of 50. Gene just driving a knee into the back there was
should be
Ryan Giovannini. I believe it will be a 25-metre penalty because it was very late to that one and just let him know that it was there. That's a sore one for Jack O'Keefe to cop, but
I tell you what, he was lucky.
That was super late.
Lucky he's not yellow carded for that because that was late. There was no need for it whatsoever.
Yeah, it was undisciplined and should cost him a goal. But that's one that certainly the umpires have made the correct decision there.
It's definitely deliberate play as O'Keefe walks in straight ahead. He's never going to miss that. And Wantirna South finally have their first of the day as Jack O'Keefe cuts the lead down to 15.
Particularly when you're on top of a side too, and you give them a free goal, a free set shot in front of goal. It's just one of those coach killers that
was just unnecessary. It was just unnecessary.
Yeah, disappoint.
And little moments like that can fire up Wanty South. So one moment an opposition's on top of you, and then the next you give away a 25 and they can take some real momentum.
But
from
they needed that, Paul, and they're on the board now, so that gives them an opportunity to work themselves back into the contest.
Yeah, that's right. 1 straight 6, the Devils. 3-3-21 Templestowe as we're at the footy to return back towards the middle of the ground. Of course, in this second quarter, if you're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Templestowe now kicking to the Porter Street end of the ground.
You've been waiting to say that all day, haven't you?
Yeah, I love it. We're back in the middle again. Mitch and Dinez to do battle. Again, Bo getting the tap down. Free kick here is going to be paid towards Mariani, who will look to play on straight away now. Warren inside 50. Brown in front position. Couldn't quite bring it to ground. Second effort there. Devils defence looks to clear this one out through Morris. Bouncing footy onto the wing. And there's been a free kick too. It's a holding free kick, and it is going in the direction of Quinn Clark.
He's been very good for Wantirna South in that first quarter.
Yeah, I agree. As now there's been another free kick. I don't know if that was off ball, but it is going Templestowe's way. Centre wing here. The Dockers taking possession of the football. Could have been off the ball, that one. So passing it off and using the outer wing, the Dockers went through the hands of Pharesis.
Right, I don't know if anyone else picked that up, but that free kick off the ball was the reverse of what we talked about, that late tackle last. That same two players, but in the opposite.
The other way around.
Retaliator always gets caught.
It's a boundary throw in here. Mitchner and Dinez. Mitchner grabbed it out of the ruck, got the handball away to Mariani, socking it off the ground towards Brown, picked up cleanly, got the handball off. And now towards the top of the square, the Dockers go in front position. Couldn't quite bring it down. A lot of pressure here on Smith. Just gets the kick away in time, but manages to stay in play. Here's Carl Giovannini putting it back in towards the hot spot. Bounces into the lap of McLennan, and goal to the Dockers. And they get their fourth of the afternoon. 4-3-27, leading the Devils 1 straight 6. 5.5 minutes gone first term. And just before we clear that up, it is a goal. Umpire just had to confirm, but all clear. So the Dockers get their fourth.
Yep.
Well, and they did. They kicked it to the right spot there, and then in the end, they end up getting the goal. But it's the ability to, of the Dockers when they get the ball into their forward line. There's so many numbers there. They can bring the ball to ground, but they can create things and make things happen. And that's what they've done a couple of times when they've gone into side 50.
And Spider, when they get a decision going their way for a free kick, even if the player's on the ground, there's always someone running past and they handball off before the opposition know what's going on.
Yeah, they're always ready to go, handball ready.
The ball is in the centre again, and plays restarted. Tackle straight away, so no real winner of any territory there as sides will get ready to go at it again. It's Templestowe's lead restored to 21 as Mitchner gets two hands to the footy, has to tap it backwards. He's looking for a Warren, couldn't quite get it there. Now around the footy is Dale for the Devils. He's got it now wrapped up in the tackle straight away. Christian Tricoulia not letting him go anywhere, and umpire will call for a ball up. So
they're very good at getting the second stoppage, the Dockers here. They've done it a few times.
Mitchner just gets Dinez out the way, wins the tap. It's a handball over the head, gets the Figa Marley, just got boot to ball. Not 15 is a call there, and umpire will call for another ball up. So the Dockers pressure on display once more. As the Rucks get ready to go at it again. Dinez with a bigger run up this time, ends up on the ground though as Mitchner got him out the way. Kick was touched, fell into the hands of Mariani, but of course play on the course. We'll have another ball up.
But this is the intensity you've got to play with when you're a top team, and that's what they do, the Dockers. Well, Devils have just got to be a bit more up with the pace.
There's a free kick here in the ruck contest, and that will go the way of Jake Dinez. So a chance for the big man to affect the scoreboard here as player on the mark is...
So, boys, do we start
out.
questioning the technique of Mitchner in his ruck work? Because that must be about the 6th time he's given away a free kick.
Yeah,
no answer?
No, we're just having to think about it, but we're going to observe it.
Dinez will be kicking from about just over 50 metres out here on a slight angle. It's on its way, just shanked off the boot, and that's out of bounds on the full. I think, Ray, it's an interesting point you bring up because he has given away a fair few free kicks, but other than that, you feel like he's been more or less dominating so
he's been
far.
dominating, but he's given away at least half a dozen free kicks in just over a quarter of football.
But it's a bit of over-aggressive behaviour, I think. Yeah.
He's going with the ball with one hand, but it's what he's doing with the other hand that's causing the free kick.
Templestowe looked down the line for Ryan Vanini, couldn't quite get it there. As around the footy is McMillan for Wantirna South, and it's over the boundary line. So just in front of the club rooms here as we wait for the ball to be brought back into play. 8.5 gone so far in this one. As Mitchener and Dinez go at it once more. Mitchener gets the left-handed tap. Footy's still in contention. He's no real winner of it. Matt Mariani just gets it on the right boot, throws it forward. Ball hit the deck. The Devils looking to repel. They do well to get it into Kiker, and Kiker out wide. Now they look down the wing, find a teammate in Dinez. That's Jake Dinez, who now looks forward on the left foot. That's a better kick. Warner was around the foot. He couldn't quite get to it. They're looking to bring it out, wrapped up in a tackle. Handball just squared its way out. Kick on goal. We'll dribble through the goal square. And there's the goal from Kyle Beachas. Wantirna South hit the scoreboard for their second time today. They get to 2-12 as they still trail Templestowe 4-3-27. It's the Dockers by 15.
What Wantirna South did then was completely different to the first quarter. What they did then, out of that half-back line, they were looking for targets, keeping the ball low and kicking directly to their teammates rather than just kicking to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, and when they kick to that contest, then they give the opportunity for it to be spoiled. So it was actually really good, smart play.
But they lowered their eyes.
They did. They lowered their eyes, and that's what you want.
Yeah, it's a massive goal for them. They bring the margin back to 15 points in this second term. 9 coming up to 10 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we're back in the middle again. Mitchener versus Dinez. Gets a tap down. Giovannini got the handball away to Warren. Warren puts it in front of Fogarty. He's now got Morris to compete with.
Gee, that's a great tackle. When you're standing still and the boy going for the ball's coming at 100 miles an hour, that was a fantastic catch.
Yeah, he certainly did well. Mitchener taps it forward. The Devils have got some numbers here. Disney, one of those who gets the kick away towards the wing, bouncing ball towards the boundary line. Chakula couldn't keep it in. And we'll get a boundary throw in. Centre wing, far side. Out here at Templestowe Reserve, sun still shining. Beautiful afternoon.
And Mitchener does push off with that other hand, right? He whacks the ball with one hand and he pushes off with the other.
So, getting the handball away was Fogarty. The umpire's called something. Could have been a throw. And it looks like it'll go the Devils' way against Michael Fogarty. So they'll take possession of the footy on that far outer side. Unsure where to go, so just sends it long. And Dockers have got plenty of numbers underneath this one. Zukovic takes the mark for Templestowe. Chooses to go back towards the outer wing, not the broadcast side, the clubroom side. And there's another free kick being awarded. It is going in the way of Heath Disney. He's got involved a bit in this second term for the Devils. Has the short option back. McMillan. They can switch the play here or go back towards Disney. And that's what he does. And he'll go back again as they just maintain possession of the footy at the moment. Wantirna South without really gaining any territory. Priest goes to Caney, and now they'll look to switch. Go through the corridor, looking for Kiker. The kick had to be perfect. Kiker did well, but couldn't quite control it enough as the Dockers, through Warren, look to send themselves back inside 50. Underneath this one was Lachlan Noy, and we'll see a stoppage at the centre half forward for Templestowe. 12 minutes gone second term.
So as good as the Dockers have been, it's only a 15-point lead as it's punched forward in the ruck contest. Looking to bring it out now with the Devils. It was off the hands of O'Keefe. Wrapping up now in a tackle was wrapped up was Warren, I should say. Straculi looks to get it back to Josh Warren. Does so. Warren couldn't quite take the footy cleanly. O'Keefe back over the top. Wantirna have a bit of room to run now. Dinez stepping inside, gets it on the left boot. Chip kick into the corridor. Finds a teammate who now looks further forward. Warner's leading up. Couldn't take it cleanly because the intercept mark was taken by Templestowe. So Ashwin now has a bit of time with the footy. Handballs it out wide. Gets it to McClellan. Back in Ashwin, who got spear tackled in the centre, just in front of us now. Both players down as play continues around them. Sent forward by Quinn Clark. Inside around the footies, Brooke Caney couldn't quite get it out to a teammate, but now the ball spills to one. It's to Dinez, rides a tackle, gets a handball off somehow. Fegan Marley gets it wide. Caney, right boot, spoiled brilliantly by Triculia, who looks to get it out now. And there's a mark taken on the far side wingers. What ended up being a spear tackle in the centre of the ground here. Both players getting helped off as the Dockers look to go and use the wing to get the ball clear. It's still a lot of work to be done, dropping the hands and knees in there and wrapped up for a tackle. So haven't quite seen a spear tackle like that since Edge retired from the WWE, but we saw it here in Templestowe Reserve.
Yeah, it was
not the WWE.
It was an absolute hospital handball that Yu Ashwin got given.
Yeah, it could have been very dangerous.
Nearly got cut clean in half. So.
And we arranged that right in front of the caravan just for you, Chris.
So we'll have another ball up far side, true centre wing as the rucks cancel each other out. Carl Giovannini's going to get to the footy. Left-handed handball over the top, which is just going to bounce out. So in many times it's just been a bit of a cagey affair here as we're just past the 14-minute mark in this encounter. As it's warming up here a bit in the media van as Mitchell will grab the footy out of the ruck. Throw it on the left boot, just look to get it forward, and his kick drops into the hands of Alex Brown. So Brown will look into the corridor, overcooks the kick, couldn't quite get it to the intended teammate who was Watson, but Watson did well to retain possession. Now they look forward again, the Dockers, but the kick is cut off by Jake McMillan. McMillan, I should say. He's been good so far today. So McMillan will look to the far side. He's undercut the kick. It's more or less an uncontested intercept mark there. Taken by Templestowe. Drilled kick. Dropping the hands and knees to his teammate, but couldn't quite take it. So now looking to bring it out is Brooke Caney. He's been better in this second term. Gets it to a teammate in Dale. Dale down the wing, finds his man in Quinn Clark, who's been brilliant so far. Clark working up and down the field as he kicks to a 2v1. Underneath, it's going to drop out. Caney's there, couldn't quite get to the footy. Looking to usher it over with the Dockers. They couldn't quite do so. Still up to be one there with the Sharon as it's finally made its way over the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw in just beside the uprights of the Wantirna South Devils. So,
Chris, you mentioned Brooke Caney. He's given them a target at centre-half forward in this quarter.
Been good.
It certainly has. We'll get a boundary throw in inside 50 for the Dockers, for the Devils, trailing this game by 15 points. Mitchener tapping it towards the line, and Doug Wooten happy to see it over. And that's the first minor score for the Devils, 2-1-13 to the Dockers 4-3-27. Coming up to the 16th minute mark of this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The Dockers did kick the first 3 goals in the game, keeping the Devils scoreless in that first term, and taking the kick in now, they'll look to escape their back half. From Chikula out the back was Giovannini, couldn't quite bring it down. Ball hits a deck, Mariani bursting through a pack, took it on, got it off to Fogarty. Fogarty with the hands back, and the kick towards the boundary side. Comes off the boot, but still works out okay for Isis. Spinning around on the left. Goes down the line looking for Brown, but all the numbers, it's all green jumpers. And Nathan Dinez takes the mark. Handballing it backwards. Looking to use Luke Grimer. First game back for the Devils. Down the line, broadcast side. Good mark standing in front there was Jamie Hunt. So Hunt, centre wing, will send the Devils back in attack. Underneath that one's Bo Mitchener, but there's a free kick going the way of Jesse Warner, who sends it long into Jake Dinez, who was all by himself. And they'll get their third of the afternoon. 3-1-19 the Devils, 4-3-27 Templestowe. Quick thinking from Jesse Warner, saw Dinez all by himself.
There must be a breeze going down to the left of the screen.
I don't think there is a breeze so much, Paul, but I think it's just the ability for the Devils at the moment to just get their hands on the ball and use it a little bit better than what they have.
Jen, how quick were the first couple steps from the big man in Jake Dinez?
Yeah, he was off.
I think the big thing is that when they were going forward, they lowered their eyes this quarter.
They've just changed. They've just adapted to what they've had to do, Ray. And I think there's been better decision making when they've kicked the ball in. And as you said, they've lowered their eyes.
Yeah, because in the first quarter they were just bombing it in. Now they've lowered their.
And the Talls were marking it. That's right.
So lead cut down to 8 now. As the Rucks will go at it once more. Mitchener gets the tap, but only as far as an opponent in Lachlan Morris. His kick goes forward. Leading up was Jesse Warner. He's been brilliant so far in this second term.
And they're halving the contest in the middle of the ground too now.
So Warner's just going to take a bit of time. Looks like he backs himself from here. It's not a very favourable angle for a right footer close to the boundary line. Will be kicking from what looks from here to be about 60 metres out. So it would take Jesse Warner's best, but if there's anyone in this Wantirna South side that can do it, it is this man with a footy in his hands. As the kick goes forward, carries all right. It will drop just short and is parried over the line for a rush behind as we go into the score centre with Paul Yukoni.
So in Premier Division, Vermont leads 6-4-40 to Donny East 3-7-25. East Ringwood 4-7-31 to Mitcham 2-1-13. Berwick leads 6-2-38 to Noble Park 5-5-35. And Roeville leads 6-3-39 to Baldwin 4-1-25.
So the Dockers just happy to keep possession. Mitchener didn't want to take the mark, instead just punched it. He's quite lucky that it fell into the hands of a teammate. Bit of a stutter step there from Daniel Barnes as they look to bring it out. Wooten now with the footy. Hoofing kick, dropped short. Not able to take the mark was Farizas in the middle. Now Fogarty gets it out to a teammate. They've got a bit of run through the middle. Josh Warren evades his man. Gets the handball one further. Looking into a 1v1 out the back is Fasanella, who takes the mark, can play on and kick the goal.
End to end.
That's just class play by both Fogarty and Warren to move that ball on, with such elegance, and in the end it's paid off further down the ground for a goal.
Well, they just always had an option forward, as there's always one more, and it ended up being a 1v1 for Fasanella, and even if the ball came to ground there, they had a man in there to make it a 2v1. So the Dockers with a response as we go with Paul Yukoni around the grounds.
In Divi 1, and I think Blake might be after it, might be wanting his Montrose membership back. They lead by 29 points over Boronia. Montrose 9-4-58 to Boronia 4-5-29. North Ringwood lead 6-9-45 to Norwood 3-1-19. Bayswater lead 4-6-30 to Park Orchards 3-6-24. And South Belgrave lead 5-6-36 to Beakey 2-2-14.
He must have microwaved it like all the Richmond supporters tend to do.
Oh, Slider, careful. We're back in the middle here.
We're going to have
guys. There's a player down right over where the players come onto the field. They've stopped the stretcher over there.
Out, yeah.
So that's what the delay is.
I was about to say we were nearly about to have WWE here for a second.
Just
I think that's right.
on that far side. Now I'm not sure what the what happened there. I believe it is a Wantirna South player. So.
Could that have been just in that last contest? When
over there. You're right, Spider.
He just looked like there was a group of players that just came together, and then the Devils player was on the end of it. So something's happened there.
Yeah, while we do have this stop in time here, we might just go to some of those scores around the grounds, Paul, if you want to keep reading those through as the stretcher comes out.
In Div 2, Croydon lead 4-7-31 to Surrey Park 4-3-27. Mulgrave lead 9-6-60 to East Burwood 6-6-42. Heathmont lead 6-6-42 to Ringwood 4-5-29. In Div 3 at the moment, Sylvan lead Fair Park. Sylvan 5-1-31 to Fair Park 4-3-27. Scoresby lead 8-4-52 to Knox 5-6-36. Oakley District lead 13-7-85 to Coldstream 4-4-28. Upper Gully lead 3-7-25 to the Basin 2-4-16, and Donvale lead 5-7-37 to Ferntree Gully 4-4-28. And in Division 4, Whitehorse lead 8-4-52 to Bulleen 4-3-27, and Churnside Park lead 4-6-30 to Warrandyte 4-5-29.
Thanks, Paul.
Players. Well, the fact that they've stretched him so quick, you can probably say it's not a head or a neck injury, because they would have left him on the field.
And they would have had to wait for a
paramedic ambulance to come. So it's probably going to be arm or leg. Or
the last player around that area was Jesse Warner on the set shot. And looking at the team setting up, I can't see him going to their forward line.
Chris.
So
I think it was him.
If it is him, of course we hope he's okay.
Yeah,
and he'd been so lively. In this quarter too.
Yeah, it might have just been something on the landing from the set shot.
Yeah,
but
perhaps. Yeah.
Does resume here as it's on the far side. Giovannini looking to clear lines. That's Ryan as the Dockers look to bring it out through the middle. They'll do so. They get it to a teammate in Barnes who looks one forward and gets it to Mariani. Mariani goes one further. Short kick inside 50, but Wantirna South defence playing in front. So if that is Jesse Warner, as we assume, that is a massive out for them. 20 goals on the season. As Smith has it in defensive 50. His kick just looks to clear lines. Target is Jake Dinez. Mitchener coming around the back. Got it left hand to it. Couldn't quite bring it down. Fariza's handball. Waited perfectly. Warren looks inside forward 50. There's a pack forming under it. Plenty of players out the back though for Templestowe, but it bounced into the hands of Jared Smith again, who now looks down the line. It's a 2v1 favouring the Dockers. In pursuit for Wantirna South was Quinn Clark. Templestowe now happy to go backwards to go forwards as they get into the middle to UU Ashwin, who takes the mark. So here's Ashwin assessing his options as he'll be looking to enter forward 50 with this kick. As they call his play on, feints a handball, shallow entry inside, and the lead up all by himself. Bailey Watson, you'd think he smelt with how much space he had. No one wanted to get anyone near him.
But everyone stopped. Everyone on the back for Wantirna South just stopped.
So Watson just takes probably one of the easiest marks we'll have in his career as he now lines up a set shot from about 50 metres out. Little to no angle. As this would push the lead out to 19. Here's Bailey Watson looking for his second of the day. The kick's on its way. Goal umpire does not have to move an inch. And he loves it. So too do the Templestowe faithful. As the Dockers push the lead back out to 19. 6-3-39 plays 3-2-20.
I just confirmed from the bench there it was Jesse Warner and it was his lower leg.
Okay.
So, yeah, probably something after that set shot. Might have done his hammy or something. Oh, that's high, upper leg, but either way.
Yeah, so that's a massive loss.
Yeah, it'll be assessed. And
maybe he's done his calf like I have.
We'll have to wait and see.
As we return back to the middle at the moment, 25 minutes gone second term. The Dockers have kicked the last 2 goals now to stretch the margin out to 19 points, 6-3-39 to 3-2-20. So we're just about where we were at quarter time. And back in the middle again, one down by Mitchener. Fegimali ends up with the footy, has the handball over the top to Bachaz. Short option. It's a target in Caney. So Caney takes his time before he moves the ball forward. Juggling mark, couldn't quite take it, but had enough time to control it. Did Van Grundel. But he's been pushed across the line. We'll get a...
They're hesitant at certain times, aren't they, Spike?
They are, yep.
So we'll get a boundary throw in here. 26 minutes gone, still time. Mitchener out of the ruck, grabbing it and kicking it straight away. Down the line it goes. Was looking for Watson. Got the numbers over the top to the Dockers in Brown. Brown towards the half-forward line. Out to back, Fasanella. He puts it on the right boot. Dribbling ball. Not quite. In fact, just a minus score. 6-5-41 the Dockers now. 3-2-20 Wantirna South. 26 and a half minutes gone second term.
Just got to identify that first option, Wantirna South, when they've got possession of the ball and go for it. Take a risk.
Well, they need a new target forward for the time being, as I believe Fagamali's been pushed forward from the centre as Nathan Dinez takes the kick in, takes a lot of distance with it and finds a teammate in Quinn Clark, who now looks further forward. It's a pack forming under the footy. A big contest for her. The Dockers will come out with that handball over the top. Finds Mariani. He's been everywhere. He goes backwards. Gee, the centering kick was scuffed. It's very, very lucky to find the target in Brody Ibrahim. And the Dockers look to use this near side now. The runner is absolutely legging it to get out of the way of the play. And the ball stays in somehow. Smith beats out Mitchener. Rode the bump and then rode the tackle from Jack Harding, who applied brilliant pressure. Carl Giovannini, UU Ashford, now into the middle. Looks and finds a teammate in Daniel Barnes, who's been brilliant in this term. Barnes unloads on the left. Looks to goal. And it's just been pulled wide. So a minor score there for Daniel Barnes, who's been brilliant in this term so far. So a lot of people, a lot of players standing up for Templestowe, but there's a man in front of us on the interchange bench, and Taylor Leggett, who's been maybe held a bit quiet, a lot more quiet than his coaching staff, and I'm sure himself would like him to be at this stage, as the Devils need some players to stand up. Here, they're only down 21, but could very easily be much more, as we'll have a ball up in the centre of the ground as we are just about 28 minutes played in this second term.
So, is there any late goal for either side? Devils don't want to concede one. They go down the line themselves. No mark taken. Van Grondel run down, got the handball away just in time. Ryan Giovannini, his handball just creating a bit of space and going across the line. We'll get another boundary throw in.
Just tackling in numbers, they are, the Dockers, at the moment.
Yeah,
that was a fine example just before.
Come out with fantastic intensity this afternoon, and that was evident from the first bounce.
It's gang tackling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They've been really hot on that as the umpires awarded a free kick here back towards the Devils' direction, so this ball will come back. So, potential late chance for them. O'Keefe wins himself the free kick and puts it inside 50. Just gets over the top of the head to Van Grondel. Got the handball away. Shot on goal has just missed, and that would have been quite something, tucked away on the pocket. 29 minutes gone second term. 3-3-21 Wantirna South. 6-5-41 Templestowe, and a 20-point lead.
So nearing the end of the first half here, as you just heard, the Dockers by 20.
Just can't let this out, the Devils.
20-point margin. He's probably generous from a Wantirna South perspective as well, because they've been under the cosh for the whole two quarters played so far here today. So they'll have a boundary throwing just in front of the Templestowe dugout. So Wantirna South likely to be the only side that can probably score from here, but we've seen Templestowe move the ball very, very quickly at times as they win the ruck contest. Fogarty looked to get the handball, it dropped. Ruckman takes it out, gets it straight on the boot, looking to use pace. There is McClellan, who was well matched by Grimer. Getting it inside was Jared Smith, who copped the hip and shoulder from Carl Giovannini for his troubles. And then there's Giovannini applying pressure on Smith. Now Figamali's around the footy, couldn't quite take it. Plenty of bodies around it now, and a few afters for Carl Giovannini.
But they're just prepared to hold the ball up here, Templestowe, at the moment.
Dinez gets the tap down as the siren goes, and that's all for the first half of action here in our Eastland match of the round. It is Templestowe 6-5-41. 20-point leaders over Wantirna South 3-3-21 as we go through our goal kickers for today. A 2 for Bailey Watson of the Templestowe Dockers, and then singles to Matt Mariani, Andrew Fasanella, Matt McClellan, and Michael Fogarty. We're on the other side of things. Wantirna South singles for Jake Dinez, Kyle Beachas, and Jack O'Keefe.
And that's it for halftime here at Templestowe Reserve. 6-5-41 the Dockers, leading Wantirna South 3-3-21. We'll be back for the halftime show in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve. Half-time out here at the 1v2 clash between the Dockers and the Devils, and it is the Dockers 6-5-41 leading the Devils 3-3-21, a 20-point lead going into the half-time break. At quarter-time, it was 21-0 in favour of the Dockers, and a pretty even second term saw both sides kick 3 goals apiece. I'm Ryan Long, joined at half-time by Paul Uconi and Matt Spider-Lee. Spider, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on that second term? I know, obviously, that first quarter we talked a lot about that and how they jumped out of the blocks, the Dockers, and their pressure around the footy was fantastic. Their midfield, when you look at Mariani, Fogarty, Giovannini, Warren, these guys have been, as good as they are with the footy, they've just been as good without it and their pressure. Second quarter evened up a little bit, but you still do feel like Templestowe are in control of this contest.
Yeah, they are in control of the contest. They got back on top just in the last 10 minutes of the quarter, I thought for the first half of the second term, the Devils started to halve the contest a little bit more. They started to win a bit more of the ball around the middle of the ground themselves, and started to create some real opportunities themselves. They kicked a couple of goals, started to lower their vision a bit when they kicked it into their forward line, gave their forwards something to work with. Warner was particularly good just prior to him going off the ground with that serious injury, so we hope he's okay for things going forward. But they started to work their way back into the contest. And even when they went when they were in a defensive mindset, they started to use the ball a little bit better with their decision making. The switch was on a little bit more. They executed their skills a little bit better. But it's just the ability of the Dockers to work the ball through the corridor with both hand and their foot skills. And then when they haven't got the ball, as you alluded to, they just gang tackle, and their physical pressure and intensity around the ball, they just take it to another level. So the Devils will have to talk about that at half time and see if they can adjust. When they don't have the ball, the Devils, they don't have that level of pressure and intensity about them. So what they're relying upon is they're trying to kick the ball down the line, trying to create a contest so that they can then butter up and give their forwards a bit some scoring opportunity. But look, they're still in the game. I mean, they made up a little bit of ground in that quarter. They conceded a goal, relatively late, which they'd be disappointed about considering how much work they did. But the Dockers, at this point in time, are ahead in the game. They'd be happy with what they've provided, but now they need to go on with it. But clearly, at this point in time, the evidence is showing why the Dockers are in the position that they are.
Yeah, certainly been on top in that area, and I really like this midfield group, and it's been a powerful midfield that we've talked about all season, but it is led by Mitchener, who's had the ruck dominance, I would say, across the afternoon. Has given away a few free kicks, as we've noticed.
Yeah, just his over-aggressive nature, Ryan.
But you'd take that, wouldn't you?
Exactly, but you do want your ruck to be have that physical presence about them, and sure, at times he does sometimes give away that free kick, but we see it with ruckmen at the higher level as well, that they do that. But you'd rather that than have that than not have that aggressive nature about you as well. So I think from that point of view, he's just got to know when to go and know when not to. But I think for Mitch, he's certainly getting the first use to his midfield group, and that's that's why the scoreboard reflects why it is.
What about for the Devils? Who are you looking at in this second half to really stand up? I thought Kane came alive a little bit in that term, and he's such an important player to the side. Obviously, Jake Benez got on the end of a goal in that second quarter, and has got a massive second half ahead against Bo Mitchener. But who are you looking at to really set the tone early in this third term and get the ball rolling for the Devils?
Really need a bit more. We saw it a little bit early in the game from Liga. He looked like he was going to have a big impact in the game, and then had a period of time where he wasn't.
Yep.
So now that in this term coming up, he needs to have a bit of a presence in this game and set them up from that from that defensive part of the ground, so they can give him some ball movement and some transition. Give him some movement so that they can get on their bike and get that ball going into their forward line. Because if they can get some run and carry going, when they do get that going, they look quite good. But it's just and look at a guy like Quinn Clark. He's been quite impactful in the game as well.
Yeah, that's right. I've liked the game with Clark, particularly early on when they were under the pump. Of course, we've got a lot of games around the grounds that are happening today, and Paul, you've been keeping track of those. So let's start with the top and head into Premier Division and recap the halftime scores around the grounds.
No worries, Ryan. In Premier Division, Vermont 6-4-40 to Donny East 3-8-26.
Bad kicking there.
Certainly is. East Ringwood 5-7-37 to Mitcham 2-1-13. Berwick 6-2-38 to Norwood 5-5-35.
It looks like a good game out there.
Certainly is. And Rowville 7-3-45 to Baldwin 4-1-25. In Division 1, Montrose 10-5-65 to Baronia 5-5-35. North Ringwood 6-9-45 to Norwood 3-1-19. Bayswater 4-6-30 to Park Orchards 3-7-25. Bit of an upset there.
Yeah, interesting.
Could be, yeah.
South Belgrave 5-6-36 to Beaconsfield 2-3-15. When I say could be an upset, I mean potentially at this stage anyway.
As you move on to Division 2, just on that Montrose game, they kicked 9 unanswered goals in a row against the Hawks. So keep an eye on that one in the second half.
Certainly will. It was Baronia did lead by 14 points at quarter time in that. Croydon 4-7-31 lead over Surrey Park 4-3-27. Mulgrave lead 10-7-67 to East Burwood 6-6-42. Eastmont 7-9-51 to Ringwood 5-5-35. Lilydale 3-3-21 to Waverley Blues 2 behinds. Templestowe 6-5-41 to Wantirna South 3-3-21. That's a game here, of course, in Division 3. Fair Park 7-6-48 to Sylvan 6-3-39. Scoresby 9-7-61 to Knox 5-6-36. Oakley District 13-7-85 to Coldstream 4-4-28. Upper Gully 3-7-25 to the Basin 3-6-24, and Donvale 6-8-44 to Ferntree Gully 4-6-30. In Div 4 finally, Whitehorse 8-4-52 to Bulleen Templestowe 4-3-27, and Warrandyte 5-5-35 to Churnside Park 4-6-30, and Croydon North Emlock 8-8-56 to Forest Hill 2-2-14.
Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. We're going to take a break and jump in for the second half in just a moment. 6-5-41 plays 3-3-21, Templestowe leading.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve. Eastland match of the round between the Dockers and Devils. 1v2 on the Division 2 ladder. And we are set to go for the second half. Currently, the Dockers lead 6-5-41 to Wantirna South 3-3-21. Ryan Long joined by Chris Cordis, Paul Uconi, Matt Spider-Lee and Ray Baird this afternoon. We heard from Spider and Paul, of course, on the halftime show. But Ray, before we get in the second half, just your quick assessment of that second term and where the game currently sits at the moment.
Well, I thought Wantirna South controlled, a good part of that quarter. But then what happened was once the Templestowe get that run on, and what happens is when they do that, they've got 3 or 4 options running beside them all the time, and I think that's one thing that Wantirna South have to wake up to. They've got to start playing probably a little bit more man-on-man and match up to try and stop that play-on run that Templestowe have.
So we're ready to go for the second half. Dinez gets the tap down and the clearance forward by the Devils gives themselves the first opportunity of this second half. Bouncing footy, fell into the lap there. Zukovic got the handball off. Giovannini and Templestowe get out of trouble. The kick on towards centre wing, cut off there by McMillan. Doing well, puts the Devils back into the attack. Figamali was the target. Ball hits the deck. Still not safe yet are the Dockers, and the umpire says give it to me and we'll get a ball up. But it's a good start here for the Devils in this third quarter.
Really
looking
important
to get
forward stoppage here, Ryan.
The first goal on the board. Both ruckmen went without it. Mariani clearing it out of defence. Giovannini slapping it forward towards the centre half forward line. A lot of trouble here for McMillan, but did well. Got the handball away, had 2 to beat. Got off to Dinez. Free kicks here going to be awarded towards the Devils. Play on advantage as Dinez goes towards centre half forward. Taking the mark, Quinn Clark. Clark puts it up towards the top of the square. Figamali will fly for this one. Had Wooten to compete with. Punch towards the boundary side. Giovannini kept it in, got the handball away. Dracula couldn't quite get it. In front was Clark. Snaps it on the left boot. Clark is missed it to the left. So just a minor score for the Devils, but they've started this quarter off well. 3-4-22 to to Templestowe 6-5-41 in the first 1.5 minutes of the third term.
Did the right thing there, Clark, going to the top of the square after taking that mark.
In the first instance, so we probably should have given the hand pass to the
he had
teammates going past. But look, he's one player that's really got to live because he was good early on in the game.
Well, he was working a bit deeper to start with, but 17 goals in the season, and now he's back forward as mark taken uncontested by Alex Brown here, just in front of us. He went to sell the dummy, just about got past Jake Dinez, not by much, but did enough. But his kick is now cut off by the Devils. In Lachlan Noyes had a good game so far. Looks to use the corridor to switch the play. Now Wantirna South have a bit of room to run. Mark taken by B. Chaz goes wide. Kick inside forward 50 will bounce. Will just hold up there. No real winner of the footy just yet. Plenty of bodies around and it's wrapped up for a ball up just inside the forward 50.
When the ball's in Noyes' hands, you always feel confident that something's going to happen when he does that switch.
So it's out for a boundary throw-in. So Rucks will go at it once more. Mitchener against Jake Dinez. Mitchener gets the punch forward with the big right mitt. Only as far as McMillan, though, who returns serve for Wantirna South. Looking to get it in and just about keeps it in bounds. Falls into the hands of Jordan Dale. Dale looked for the centering kick but overcooked it. And the intercept mark is taken there by Triculia. So a chance now for Christian Triculia to just assess his options. He looks long down the wing. It's a 2v1 that did not favour Watson. So he was out muscled. Now Wantirna South looking to bring it out. Switch the play through Van Grondel. His kick is miscued as well. So intercept mark taken by McClellan, who looks forward. Fasanella going against Nathan Dinez there. Dinez applied the Shepherd. The Devils looking to bring it out. Fasanella still in pursuit. Kick down the wing. There's a lead-up option. Good body work there by Clark. Got out the back with the footy in hand is Logan Butler, who gets it to Brooke Caney. Just robbed of the footy there. Dockers looking to bring it out. O'Keefe was around the footy. Tackled Ashwin as he got the handball off just. Michael Fogarty now out to Warren. Josh Warren through the centre of the ground. They've got a bit of room to run here, Templestowe. Footy's in the hands of Daniel Barnes. Barnes goes wide to Brown, who takes the mark. Chance for Wantirna South to get some players back. Brown is now a long way off the mark. Wheels onto his right. Looked to chip a kick into Barnes, but could not find the target. It's out for a boundary throw-in.
All credit to Wantirna South. They've come out and they're having a crack. But you just look at Templestowe. They're just stronger through the contest. They're just breaking the tackles.
And through the corridor, yep.
So they'll have a boundary throw-in just beside the Dockers uprights here. It's still Wantirna South that trail by 19. The ball is up. Rucks will go at it. It's off the hands of the ruckman. No real winner. Going to pursue it was Noy, who lays a tackle. And we'll have a stop inside forward 50 as we go quickly around the grounds with Paul Yaconi.
Just a quick score update from Premier. We haven't had a score from Blackburn for a while, but Blackburn lead over South Croydon. Blackburn 7-6-48 to South Croydon 5-4-34.
So Noy was awarded the free kick. Looks wide. Intercept mark taken though by Jackson Lee on the far side. So Lee looks inside. Mariani was the target. Overcooked at Mariani. Now with the footy got drilled into the ground. There's a free kick being paid that will go the way of Mariani. So it was held without it is the call. So Matthew Mariani's been brilliant so far today. Is a bit of how you're doing there on the sideline after the free kick was given. So Mariani in front of the club rooms here. Looks like he's setting up for a shot on goal. Gee, the kick would have to go a long way for that to happen. There's a man on the mark's probably standing about 60 to 65 metres out. But Mariani will back himself here. There will be a pack forming the top of the square, I don't doubt, as the kick will travel easily. Is it straight though? Gee, it's about as good as a kick as you'll see. And that's pretty much our Tobin Brothers goal of the day, I believe. All wrapped up there from Matthew Mariani.
He's a very good kick and a long kick. I thought it was going to really test him. I thought it might have been just on the cusp, but no, he's got a good leg on him, has Mini Maz as they call him, but he's just a class player, good finisher of the ball, and he's just so pivotal, the way he goes about it when he's running through the lines, but more importantly when he has a set shot.
It shut me straight up. I was shocked to see how well he connected with that.
It didn't surprise me.
Back in the middle again, that margin now it's to 26 points. It's an important first goal for the Dockers in this third term. Mitchener again with the tap down. Fogarty's there. So's Jake Dinez, who steals it away for the Devils, goes towards their centre half forward line. Giovannini did enough to take the mark. He was paid it in front of Quinn Clark, who refuses to give the ball back and lets the Dockers sort that out themselves. Dangerous kick there, but Mariani takes the mark.
Could have been 25 against Clark because he probably could have got the ball back to him.
Fogarty, down the line it goes. They've worked this well. Going forward now. Bouncing across the line, we'll get a boundary throw in, but back inside the forward 50 for the Dockers. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM today, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. It is certainly a well-anticipated game. It was the Devils last time who won comfortably over the Dockers by 44 points at Walker Reserve. Right here at the moment, it's 26-point lead going the way of Templestowe as they look to clear this one out. Mariani involved again. And we'll get a ball up just outside the forward arc for the Dockers.
Another opportunity for a forward stoppage.
Well, you look at the guys that are around this at the moment. Mariani, Giovannini there. Dinez just fists it away towards the boundary line. Couldn't quite pick it up, was Morris. That time it was Disney, wrapped up by Mariani. We'll get another stoppage. 7 coming up to 8 minutes gone in the third quarter here. Right in front of the grandstand out here at Templestowe Reserve. Giovannini, the handball off to Mariani, caught, and this one should be holding the ball. No, it's not, so thought he might have had a bit of time there, but didn't. So we get another ball up. The tongue in favour of the Dockers. Giovannini wrapped up by Morris. A bit of a stalemate on that far side of the ground. 26-point margin. Devils have been much better since quarter time, but haven't really been able to make too much progress on the scoreboard. They take the mark here through McMillan, who looks to give the hands off straight away. Caney goes back. The mark is taken by Jared Smith. And they look to switch it now towards the broadcast side, and that kick has overdone it. He was looking for Bachaz, but out of bounds on the full means the Dockers will take possession, where potentially this will be a very tough angle for Kazakis, but looks like he might intend to go back and kick the set shot behind the light post here. Templestowe Reserve, he extends the angle and has missed to the left. So just a minor score. Dockers 7-7-49, Devils 3-4-22. 9 minutes gone, third term.
9 minutes gone, but I think you can see that Wantirna South, they're starting to struggle a little bit, just trying to keep up with the pressure.
Nathan Dinez takes a kick in, just looks long out wide. Grimer was the target, it was off his hands and out for a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, just struggling to move the ball efficiently, the Devils at the moment.
We're waiting for the ball to be brought back into play. It will be now Mitchner in the ruck, does his body work brilliantly. Two-hand tap down to Mariani, who squibs a kick forward. It wasn't a kind bounce for his teammate. Now looking to bring it out for the Devils was Morris. But Templestowe retained possession, so there's Triculia. Looked to nutmeg his man with a handball and run onto it, but didn't quite get it right, so we'll have another boundary throw-in. So the Dockers just able to impose himself on this matchup throughout all 3 quarters played so far, 2.5 quarters played so far, as Mitchner punches it forward. McMillan with the footy spoiled. His kick is plenty of bodies around the footy now as players go to ground, and we'll have another ball up. So KG last few minutes here out at Templestowe Reserve. As the Rucks will go at it once more. It's going to pop out the back to Caney, who just manages to throw it on the right boot and get it forward, but as has been the script all day, Triculia's back there to cut it off. The Dockers are just set up better at the moment. Just a bit of hidden hope for the Devils at the moment as goes inside forward 50. A huge plaque flies. Caney's there if they can get it out to him from Wantirna South. They can't. The pressure too much. Kazakis handball wide. Looked for a teammate. Couldn't quite get it to him. Plenty of bodies around the footy now. Thrown on the left boot by Noy. Triculia couldn't quite get there. Jackson Lee stiff arm, then got pinned. No, he got the handball out. And now wrapped up in a tackle, so we'll have another ball up as we go around the grounds of Paul Coney.
In Premier Division, Blackburn lead 9-6-60 to South Croydon 5-5-45. Vermont 7-6-48 to Donny East 4-10-34, bad kicking for goal. East Ringwood 10-8-68 to Mitcham 4-1-25. Noble Park 10-6-66 to Berwick 6-2-38, and Roeville 8-5-53 to Baldwin 6-3-39.
Jeez, so Berwick getting jumped out of the half-time break as play resumes here. It's a well-taken mark there by Matthew Zukowicz. He'll assess his options now and look to send it to the far side wing. He's got a leading man. Mariani was under the footy though and read the drop of the ball better than anyone else did. So Mariani can go back. And there's free kick's been reversed for a bit of an interaction off the ball, so we'll be going back to Wantirna South.
Today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just a bit undisciplined.
I don't know if that was a reversal. He was indicating the shoulder, so I think the call was actually for the wrong direction.
Righto, so Grimer went backwards to a teammate, but they are giving up territory here, Wantirna South, as Luke Grimer now gets it back.
Out in the full, I
and
think.
that will be called out of the full, so not sure if that call was made by the umpires or by the Templestowe faithful. So
take it back, Mini Maz. He'll go from here too.
So a bit of deja vu. Matthew Mariani in the exact same
so
spot.
I'll back him again.
I'll keep my mouth shut this time.
I'll back him again. I know it's a commentary curse, but I'll back him.
So Mariani from almost an identical position, maybe a few steps closer to the goal. About 60 out, hugging the boundary line, kicks on into way again.
It was a mongrel.
That's a mongrel. That's
I could see it in the air. It was just... it flipped every way except the way it should.
That one didn't connect as cleanly, so... That's gone out on the full. Yes, it has, so...
Even the best can get it wrong.
Yeah.
It will be the Devils to bring it back in as we quickly go to the score centre with Paul Yukoni.
In Div 1, Montrose 13-6-84 to Baronia 7-6-48. North Ringwood 12-9-81 to Ringwood 3-5-23. Bayswater 7-9-51 to Park Orchards 4-11-35. And South Belgrave 7-8-50 to Beaconsfield 3-4-22.
Ryan Giovannini took the mark, gets it into UU Ashwin, who's taking a mark himself, so his man on the mark is about 50 out. Ashwin looks to set up a teammate, looks towards the line and finds one. That's Matthew McClellan now with the ball. Still about 50 out, though, and now on a tighter angle. As McClellan's going to take his time and back himself here, so it's obviously a few blokes in this Templestowe side that have a bit of a rooster of a kick on them. McClellan's looking to add to the folder so far as his kick is on its way, but will just stay left and drift through for a behind. So Templestowe extend the lead, but only in a minor way. It's 7-7-49 to 3-4-22 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So what have Wantirna South got left in the tank at the moment? They under a lot of pressure, trailing this game by 27 points. It looks like it's very close to slipping away from them. Can they get one back and go end-to-end? A long kick down the line. Doug Wooten, the only player in defence here for the Dockers, takes a mark on the chest and will send it back in that direction towards that far side. Pack will fly for this one. Grimer got hands to it. At ground level there is O'Keefe. We'll get a ball up far side. Paul Yukoni, some scores around the grounds.
In Div 2, Croydon 7-9-51 to Surrey Park 7-5-47. Mulgrave 15-9-99 to East Burwood 8-7-55. Heathmont 8-12-60 to Ringwood 7-6-48. Waverley Blues and Lilydale 7-7-49 apiece.
So ball comes back here into the hands of Butler. Got the handball off. Taking on his opponent there, O'Keefe. Just got through the tackle. Got a dribble kick forward into the hands of Dale. Dale gets his kick away in time, and the mark is taken inside 50 here for the Devils. Caney's in range. Wants to move this on and pass it up towards the top of the square. There's Clark. Did he have enough of it? He was caught one around the neck, so we'll get a free kick here, Quinn Clark, and there's a must kick goal for the Devils. He'll be pretty much right on the boundary line. So might snap around the corner from here, but they trail this game by 27 points. And Clark, who's been pretty solid, he's had his moments this afternoon.
He's had some involvement, yep.
So can he get the Devils going with this one? Snaps around the corner, and Clark has
missed
just a minor score. 3-6-24 Wantirna South to Templestowe 7-7-49.
In Division 3, Chris is a very happy man at the moment because Fair Park lead 11-9-75 to Sylvan, 6-5-41.
Yes.
Scoresby 13-10-88 to Knox, 5-7-37. Oakley District 16-12-108 to Coldstream, 6-4-40. The Basin 6-7-43 to Upper Gully, 3-7-25. And Ferntree Gully 9-7-61 to Donvale, 7-8-50. What was that? The Bronx cheer.
A bit of
a bit of argy-bargy, pushing a player out of the way, and the bench didn't like it.
So
or did like
throwing comes in, Mitchell taps it down to Fogarty. That's a training drill right there. Fogarty looks inside forward 50. Kazakis is leading up. Punch over the back came from Nathan Denners. Now it's back to Michael Fogarty, who sends a high mongrel kick. It's going to hit the deck. Plenty of bodies around it. Which way will it bounce? And the tug has been wrapped up. It was good pressure applied by Bailey Watson, and we'll have a ball up just in front of the behind post this time for Templestowe. In Templestowe's forward 50, I should say.
Yeah, big chance to score from here.
The Rucks will go out of Kazakis, look to kick it around the corner. Ball just went straight up and he's through for a behind. So Templestowe hit the half century mark. 7-8-50 plays 3-5-23. Wantirna South really need to get some sort of signs of life going before this game gets away from them, as we'll go around the grounds once again with Paul Uconi.
In Div 4, White Horse 12-5-77 to Bulleen Templestowe 6-4-40. Warrandyte 6-10-46 to Churnside Park 4-7-31.
There's an awful lot going on in the front of the goal square as Kazakis throws it on the boot, spoiled. And the ball just got away from Minardi. So
that was desperate work by Wantirna South there in the goal square.
Botched kick-in, so they recovered well, but not doing themselves any favours at the moment. The Devils, who have made a brilliant account of themselves so far this season, but just have not been up to the task so far against this strong Templestowe side, as Watson was in the right, couldn't quite affect it. Now it's back to him. The kick on the right boot is gone. Might come down with snow on it, but he's gone back and out for a behind. So scoreboard keeps moving with the minor this time, as it's still the Dockers, this time by 28.
So yes, 7-9-51 plays 3-5-23, coming up to the 19th minute mark of this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Caney will take the kick in here for the Devils. Probably been one of their more lively plays this afternoon. And he'll kick this towards the broadcast side. Can they clear their defensive half? Ball comes out, no one's really able to win out. There's Giovannini in the middle of that one, tackled by Kaika. So ball up just outside the forward arc here for the Dockers. Mitchiner went up, got over the tap out over the top from Dinez. And the ball will be coming back here. Just wait and see what the umpire has called. Could be a blood rule here, so we'll just wait as a player exits the field. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube streams across this afternoon. Let us know where you're tuning in from today on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Melbourne. Certainly not the cold weather we would expect in a July Saturday. The ball comes out. Mariani got the handball off to Warren. Warren towards goal. Tapped over the line by Nathan Dinez. So just another minor score. 7-10-52 Templestowe. 3-5-23 Wantirna South. 20 minutes gone. Third term Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So be brought back in by the Devils. They just look for a roosting kick. Grimer's under it, so to his Ryan Giovannini. Grimer flew, got two hands to it, but couldn't quite bring it down. Ball ends up with Figa Marley, who's run a bit further. Now look for a chew kick inside the corridor, and it's cut off by Yu Ashman. So he had options, Figa Marley, but couldn't quite pick the right one out, as now leading out to the footies. Dinez got two hands to it. Tapped it over a teammate in McMillan. Now the Devils have possession. Grimer was behind offering support, but mark is taken by Jared Smith.
Oh, got to be quicker.
Smith has now slowed play down. There's 5 Dockers within 10 metres of him, so should mean there's someone open ahead of the footy. They found one of those players in Jared Van Grondel. In case for whatever reason you can't hear, there's plenty of instruction coming from the Wantirna South dugout. As Van Grondel looks forward, there's a lead-up option there from Clark. Smothered over the top of him. Now with the footy was Dale. Just got it forward. Bit of a mongrel kick. Footy will hit the deck. 2v2 in there. Both Dockers went up to punch it. One of them got it clear. Caney's around the footy. Couldn't quite get to it. Kicker's gone forward. Touches the call. Cleared for now. Only as far as Dinez as his kick goes forward and is cut off once more. So just Wantirna South trying again, but just not able to break through.
That was just a whole lot of spray and pray.
The Templestowe defence, exactly right. A lot of hidden hope from the green jerseys out there at the moment as the sliding mark is taken by Alex Brown. So he assesses his options. He has Mitchell to his left who will go towards him now. He's overcooked the kick.
Got the Bronx cheese
Straight
again.
to the bench. Deliberate to the bench, you reckon?
So the Wantirna South benches are up and about. Fortunately, their players aren't quite replicating at the moment as they're getting beaten around the ground so far. Lucky in many regards for it not to be more than a 29-point margin at the moment as Mitchell will get an uncontested run at this one. There's not quite a free kick call, but the boundary thrown will be retaken. As Mitchell now lines up beside Jake Dinez. Both have a hold of each other. Mitchell stuck out a right boot, somehow got something onto it. Warren handball over the top. Free kick paid, advantage given now to Barnes.
No
advantage. So the ball we bring back. I don't think anyone on the field knows that there's no advantage. I think they've just accepted that there's no advantage.
And the umpires have just let it go too.
As the Nest gets it forward through the hands of Warren. Now plenty of bodies around it. Tackle wrapped up, and that one's paid holding the ball. And this time the whistle will mean something as the free kick goes the way of Daniel Barnes.
Bit of biff going on behind the man on the
Warren
mark.
and Brooke Caney just asking each other what the post-match plans are at the moment as the ball enters forward 50. It's off hands as a free kick going the way as the Devils defend. So
exchanging phone numbers.
Bit of a chaotic,
bit of an insurance claim.
Bit of a chaotic few minutes here as McMillan takes the mark from Wantirna South. He's been one of their better players today as he can slow down and assess his options as Hoodis be forced to boot it long down the wing as the Templestowe defence is set up for that. Mitchell flies at it, so too is Dinez, got two hands on it, looking to bring it out was Dale, wrapped up, has somehow got a handball out. Josh Warren, who's been much better recently, handball over the back. Templestowe have numbers here, they get it forward, handball back inside. Barnes is there, wouldn't quite sit up for him. Caney applying the pressure, it's at his feet, and there's a pushing the back tackle.
No, he had his arm and he didn't have the ball. He was pulling his arm back. You could pretty clearly see that.
Free kick against Brooke Caney. Second one in short succession now. And chance for Daniel Barnes to get some reward for effort, who started the game slightly quiet, but
he's been okay for a
has
little
been
while.
much better as the game's grown on. Or he's grown into the game, I should say. So Barnes from about a 45-degree angle, kicking from 40 metres out as it's on its way. It looks like it's going to stay true, and it will. Doesn't even need to watch that one go the whole way through. As Daniel Barnes gets his first of the day, and it moves the Dockers out. 35 points to the good here, and this one is really starting to get away from Wantirna South as first place second. It is 8-10-58 against 3-5-23 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's the sort of dagger in the heart when you can't use the connection that you want. And the Devils, they had chances and they just haven't been able to connect. And then the ball goes back up the other end, and Barnes gets that goal, and then the margin blows out even further. So it's going to make things very hard. But they're just simply on top at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and just you look at that middle again. It's just been a one-sided battle. The Dockers have certainly owned it. I don't know.
It's a lack of connection for the Devils. They just, that final piece when they go forward, they just can't quite nail it.
Haven't really hit targets. Big tackle laid there by Mitchell, was holding. Free kick going the way of the Devils. Can they use this ball out of the middle? The kick from Hunt. Finds a man by himself. It's a long way out from goal, and they've been a bit slow going inside 50 as well. This is O'Keefe, who loads up towards centre half forward. All the numbers for the Dockers. And taking the mark there, Jackson Lee.
And that's the thing, when you wait that period of time, the numbers get back.
Yeah.
And they have been a high attacking side this season, but just the 3 goals this afternoon so far as Lee goes towards us on the broadcast side. Brown just got his handball away in time. That time Watson was caught. Did he get rid of it legally? Umpire said he did. We'll get a boundary throw in.
Don't think he did, but what do we know?
It did look like it.
He just sort of just rolled out of his hands.
So a boundary throw in right in front of us on the broadcast side. Templestowe reserve, 26 minutes gone. There won't be much longer in this third term. Handball over the top of the head from Hunt was cut off. Devils now go forward themselves as a 2-on-1. There was a holding, and it has been paid. It was against Ryan Giovanini, definitely there on Luke Grimer. And Grimes from outside 50 will send them deep towards the top of the square, and going to be able to take the mark is once again Jackson Lee, who that kick, it just seemed set up for Jackson Lee to take the instep.
Yeah, it just wasn't the
It held
kick.
up a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, just didn't look for any other option, Ray. And Jose Fermini's just got to have a bit of a think about how he can turn this situation
Just got to
around.
find a point of difference or something in that final term if there any chance of making a late comeback at the moment. Can they get one back as Disney goes inside 50 for again? It's just fell into the hands of Lee. It's deja vu. And there's your three-quarter time siren. And at three-quarter time, the Dockers are in control, full control, 8-10-58 to the Devils, 3-5-23. We're going to go to our last break here before the final quarter in the Eastland match of the round. The Dockers leading by 35 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Templestowe Reserve, Templestowe taking on Wantirna South in the Eastland match of the round. Three-quarter time here, the Dockers leading 8-10-58 to the Devils, 3-5-23 at three-quarter time. Ryan Long joined by Chris Cordes, Paul Uconi, Matt Spidley, Ray Baird. Ray, I'll start with you. Particularly late in that quarter as well, every inside 50, they haven't seemed to find a real target. I feel like they're repeating the same mistakes every time, and they picked out defenders like Lee and Giovannini. Your mic's, Ray?
There was 3 times there in about a minute and a half where exactly the same thing happened. Picked the ball up, bombed it in, and the opposition defender marked it. Look, they've got to it's been a bad day for them. They've just got to try and just win the quarter if they can, or else be just be competitive in the quarter.
If you're going to go down with a fight.
That's
and,
right.
And have a go.
Because look, they're obviously better than what they produced today. Because they wouldn't be winning on second
correct.
on the ladder.
Yeah, and they've just been outclassed through the middle part of the ground, and then when they've had their chances to go forward, they just haven't had that final connection piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. As Templestowe make their way out onto the ground and get into their positions. Jason Heffernan just having a look here in front of us. Certainly giving them a real, not necessarily a spray. I don't know what he's saying from here, but it does look like he's very, there's a lot of hand motions at the moment, trying to get them up and about.
I think you're just using the intensity. They need to lift their intensity.
They look flat, didn't they?
Yeah, there is a flatness about them today. Yeah.
So we'll see if they can really lift and just, put a real good effort out in this last quarter, trailing this game by 35 points. Around the grounds, Paul, plenty of interesting ones. Take us through some of the key games that we'll certainly be keeping an eye on in this last quarter.
Yeah, in Premier Division, Blackburn 13-7-85 to South Croydon 6-5-41. Vermont 8-7-55 to Donny East 7-10-52. Close one between them. East Ringwood 11-9-75 to Mitcham 5-2-32. Noble Park 13-6-84 to Berwick 6-2-38. If Noble Park win and Vermont lose, Noble will be in the 5. And Rowville 9-6-60 to Bowen 8-4-52 in Division 1. Montrose 18-7-115 to Baronia 13-9-87. North Ringwood 15-11-101 to Norwood 5-6-36. Park Orchards 8-11-59 to Bayswater 8-9-57. South Belgrave 8-9-57 to Beaconsfield 4-6-30 in Division 2. Croydon 8-11-59 to Surrey Park 7-8-50. Mulgrave 17-9-111 to East Burwood 11-7-73. Heathmont 11-12-78 to Ringwood 8-7-55. Waverley Blues 10-9-69 to Lilydale 7-7-49 in Division 3. Scoresby 13-10-88 to Knox 7-8-50. Fair Park 12-11-83 to Sylvan 6-7-43. Oakley District 21-16-142 to Coldstream 6-4-40. The Basin 6-8-44 to Upper Gully 4-10-34 and Ferntree Gully 10-7-67 to Donvale 9-9-63. And in Division 4, Whitehorse 15-7-97 to Bulleen 8-4-52 and Warrandyte 7-13-55 to Churnside 4-7-31.
All good to go for this final term. 35-point lead to the Dockers. Mitchener got the tap down again. Mariani involved, so is Fogarty. There's Mariani again, breaking through the middle. The clearance forward. Couldn't quite grab that mark. Could Brown, as the Dockers look to use this footy towards the wing. Quinn Clark is there. So is Doug Wooten as the ball is seen over the line.
I must say, I really appreciate that the umpire let me finish reading the scores before he stood down.
Timed it well, didn't he?
Must have had his earpiece in.
As we'll get a boundary throw on far side. 30 seconds into this final quarter. Been a good day for Templestowe. And if they can maintain this lead, which you'd say they will, they'll be on top of the ladder. They'll be a game clear on top at the end of the afternoon.
Do you reckon the umpires would actually take mind of a tally light if we set it up like they do in the AFL? Because they don't ball up until they've come back from ad break.
Yeah, I reckon we should have that, yeah.
So a free kick here. It's a high contact on Josh Warren, who's a bit slow to get up and get back to his feet. Has been good again today. He's had a great season. Here's Warren. And passes it off to Chukula. They just slow things down at the moment. They're in no rush with a 35-point lead. Down the line it goes. The Devils now with some numbers. Hunt involved in that one. Ball not coming out. We'll get another stoppage on that far side. 1.5 minutes into this final quarter. 8-10 plays 3-5.
So the Rocks will go out once more. Mitchener and Dinez cancel each other out. Wantirna South sending it forward. Quinn Clark was on no check, got two hands to the footy and just couldn't reel it in. So out of bounds on the full beforehand, however, so it will be a chance for Templestowe to repel. Pack forms under the footy. Big Bo Mitchin is there and he takes the mark. Looks inside, gets it to Yu Ashwin, he takes the mark. Assesses his options. They can switch it out to this near side, but instead elect to go into forward 50. Fasanella's going against Dinez. Nathan Dinez wins out, plays on straight away. Hoofs a long ball up the corridor. It's a 1v1 contest underneath the footy. Now come the numbers for Templestowe. Looking to get the handball out was Harding. They do so eventually in the hands of Zukovic. Shifts away from a tackle, gets it back to Harding. Harding short chip kick. Finds his man in Daniel Barnes, who's been brilliant as this game's gone on. Barnes has a free player in Fasanelli, gets it to him. Fogarty running through, handball receive. Fogarty, one further. Mariani, 30 out, straight ahead. No issues whatsoever as Matthew Mariani gets his third of the day and piles on Templestowe's 9th to push the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard out to 41 points.
Spider, you said that at the start of the afternoon. The key was Matt Mariani, and big afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just a special goal from a special player and an unbelievable talent. I mean, even the dog in the background liked that one, but that was just a terrific passage of play by the Dockers, their ability to win the ball, and then for Mariani to finish that ball off and kick a goal. He's just got amazing finishing ability, and that's why he's probably the best player in the competition.
Look, he was on the end of that one great, but look, it was just real insipid attempts to tackle by Wantirna.
It was,
They were just brushed off.
It was just lazy, and it was just the lack of composure and ability to even go near the tackle.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul, you got another score around the grounds. I think a big one in Premier.
I've got a big one in Premier. Donny East have hit the front against Vermont. They lead 9-11-65 to Vermont 8-7-55.
One to keep an eye on. Jake Dinez with the clearance forward. It's cut off by the Dockers once again, and they'll now use this through McClellan towards us on the broadcast wing. Slip through their hands, and now the Devils have got some numbers. Disney handballing it back over to Kaika. Good hands back to Disney. Off to Bachaz. Towards the middle of the ground. Fegan Marley. They've almost done this. Just one too many handballs. Back into trouble again. Copping one high there. Kazakis. And we'll get a ball up right in front of us.
Spider that Donny East result, mate. Ryan James has just put you in the furnace.
We'll keep an eye on
it. He can put me in the furnace when I tip him.
But here's Fogarty. He's caught this time. Devils are able to link up through Bachaz. Off to Dinez. Dinez now run down by Disney. By Tricula, should I say, sorry.
I don't have a problem with that. If they're trying to do something, Wantirna said, they get caught, they get caught. But
I agree.
Try and do something. You've got nothing to lose.
Rather than take the game on now at this stage, as they go forward now, Templestowe in the direction of Brown. There he is again in Kazakis. Mariani, and that kick out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, hope that ball didn't land on one of those little racing cars out the back.
Yeah, interesting.
No, it didn't go quite far.
Another score in Premier. Roeville only lead by 7 points. Roeville 9-6-60 to Baldwin 8-5-53.
Down to a 2-player rotation on the bench as well, the Hawks.
Yeah.
Hoping they can get over the line, Ray.
They only had 2 on the bench before half time, actually.
You got mates down there, Chris, today.
Be a big win there if they can pull that off.
If they win, he's got mates.
As the boundary throwing comes back in. Bo Mitchin is there. There's a free kick.
Yeah.
We'll go against him once more. So Dinez will have the free. Will be taking the free kick here as they're ushered to get the ball.
There was a
back.
free in that, the start that was against Mitchiner. I don't reckon it was actually a free. He was the one that jumped up. I reckon it was given a free, but as though he's lifted his knee. It was just that he lifted and the Wantirna South rup stayed on the ground.
As we have another stoppage. The ball will go up. Mitchiner just punches it clear. Got plenty of distance with it. Templestowe looking to clear their lines. Barnes gets set out. Handball just hit the deck. Looking to bring it out now. The Dockers, they work it through the middle to Kazakis. Kazakis back through the middle to Fariz. It's a great bit of run, but undercooked the handball and messed that up. McMillan now looking to go the other way for Wantirna South. Looks for the lead up of O'Keefe. O'Keefe takes a good mark. Plays on straight away. Just about manages to stay in band. Sells a candy. A bit of a check side from the boundary. And it hasn't quite
would have been the Tone Brothers goal of the day.
That would have been a challenge to Mariani's goal of the day.
That would have been it, though.
Certainly would have, as we've got a score from Division 2 in Surrey Park have hit the front against Croydon, 9-9-63 to 8-11-59.
Big game out there as the mark is taken for the Dockers on that far side. They'll move the ball down the line again. Going to be a big night for them as they celebrate another win. They're 40 points up here in this last quarter over the Devils and remain on top of the ladder. Sport from behind. There's Fogarty, got the handball off to Mitchener. Throws it on the boot, bouncing ball towards the half-forward line. Here's Morris for the Devils. Jets off and moves towards the outer wing in O'Keefe, who takes the mark and looks to play on straight away. Using Kaika through the corridor, slipped through his hands. Managed to still maintain possession of the football, follows up with the tackle and will cause a stoppage here. Just outside the forward 54, Wantirna South, 3-6-24, trailing Templestowe 9-10-64.
Take the game on.
Margin.
They're going to take the game on here, the Devils. Take it on.
Yeah, every opportunity. They're not going to win it from here, but they can certainly learn a bit in this last quarter.
Get something out of the game.
Yeah, that's right. Free kick here has been paid to Bo Mitchener. Not sure what that was for, but he's going to move this on straight away through the corridor. Finds his target, and they're off again. The handball over the top. Going forward now. Barnes. A long kick towards goal. That bounces through. And the Dockers have their 10th. 10-10-70. 3-6-24. And Barnes on the scoreboard.
Well, once again, they just, when they get the ball in hand, they just run in their waves. And Barnes, he's been really good today, this afternoon. Since half time, I think he's really lifted and finishes his work quite well there.
Spider, what sets up that quick movement where the Dockers are able to run like that is because when a free kick or there's a stoppage, they're so quick to pick the ball up and off. They're off.
Yeah.
Some big scores in Divi 3, and it looks like a final score out at the Basin. The Basin win by 4 points against Upper Gully. The Basin 6-8-44 to Upper Gully 5-10-40. And at the moment, Ferntree Gully lead by 3 points against Donvale 10-7-67 to 9-10-64.
Mitchell discards of McMillan in the middle. Looking to bring it out through Farizis. Handball's wide. And Nardi's got the footy now. They go backwards to go forward, the Dockers. Drilling kick through the hands of Wantirna South defender in Hunt. Still can't quite bring it out. Kazaka shifts one tackle, steps inside. Look to just dink a kick that's stuck to the ground. Handball received was shunned away from Mariani. The kick goes goalward and couldn't quite take it. Fasanella now gets it back onto the right, the check side. And it's through.
That's a contender.
It's a lovely bit of work, forward craft there from Andrew Fasanella. And he gets his second of the day.
Yeah, it's his class, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
He spins away from one, stepped inside Nathan Dinez. And the check side kick from the tight angle goes straight through.
They've just had all the answers today, Ray, the Dockers. Everything that they've done has just turned to gold.
Yep.
They've just really, right from the outset, they've dictated the play, and they've really put the Devils on the back foot.
Yeah, you're dead right.
We've seen this occasion this year where when they get on top of a side, they bury them too. And this margin now, there's a long way to go in this quarter. It's 76-24, and I don't think they're looking to slow down. I think they.
This could blow right out. This could go well over 10 goals if they're not careful, the Devils, and that's not what they want. In this last quarter, because you've got to still play this team again later in the year.
Got to fight it.
Psychological edge.
It makes the Surrey Park game that much more interesting as well.
And also, what is important is that percentage could come into
double chance.
Finishing top as well. Get a week off.
Absolutely. There's McMillan now for the Devils. We'll put him into attack in front position. Couldn't quite take the mark with Figamali. And now through Mariani, clearing this ball out. He's been fantastic today. Got off to McClellan. The handball over the top to Carl Giovannini, who's now in the 32. As they move the ball down the line once again. Cut off here by Wantirna South. Running around in a circle. Dale getting the ball away. Bouncing forward. It's all numbers for the Dockers. Fogarty got the handball off to Mitchener. Mitchener's kick should be cut off there by Morris. We'll get a stoppage here on the broadcast side of the ground as the sun starts to set and really getting into our eyes out here at Templestowe Reserve. That's, I guess, the only negative of going on this side, Lee. We've usually we'd be okay with that, but it's okay as Giovannini almost caught one high, got the handball over the top, getting away in time. Now through the middle of the ground is Barnes. Barnes looking to kick towards a teammate, finds him and They'll move this forward again, and this has been their quick play, which has been really strong this afternoon. No mark taken. Fogarty involved again in front position. Got Dinez and McMillan to compete with. So 76 plays 24, 12 minutes gone in this final quarter. This time it's won by Dinez, who just throws the ball on the boot. And the mark is taken, and that's Quinn Clark. 60 out from goals for the Devils. They look to go inside 50. That kick bouncing in front of Figamali towards the boundary line. And it probably just been their forward 50 entries too. They haven't hit up targets. And
it hasn't been clean. It's been a lot of dirty ball. Yeah, shallow entries.
There's a guy next to us that is shooting the sun from his eyes with a Great Northern in his hand. That is
it's
the Australian dream right there.
Australia.
It just hasn't been up to the level of what the Dockers have done. Simple as that.
So we'll have a boundary throw in his waiting for the ball to be brought back in. Go on, Paul.
Final score quickly from Fair Park, as Fair Park with a big 52-point win. Fair Park 14-12-96 to Sylvan 6-8-44.
That away record is once again
0-6. Sell your Sylvan stocks. Sell the buying on Fair Park. We're going all the way. Anyway, as we'll have a ball up, true centering here on the far side. I was 0-6 away from home.
You a Fair Park man, Chris?
No, well I am now since I was the only one to tip him.
You'll be a life member then by the end of the night.
As there's a ball up.
Have they got any functions on tonight?
I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you where Fair Park is, to be honest.
It's literally opposite the office. Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't done a game there for quite a few years.
In all fairness to Sylvan, it was not the week to catch him with all their inclusions, but still 0-6 away from home. He's
we gave him a chance. We
just goes straight up, looks to come down. Van Grondel looking to bring it out, gets it to Jake Dinez, who now turns tackler, and it's another ball up on the far side of the field.
It's just amazing what attitude does in those divisions with some of these results today. You know, if you don't bring the attitude and your effort, you can get your pants pulled down.
Another score in Div 3. Ferntree Gully 11-7-73 to Donvale 9-12-66.
Jeez. The footy's gone forward. There's a chance now for the Devils through Dale.
He's missed.
He just pulled his kick there. That's...
I'll tell you what, Ryan, if Ferntree Gully get up today, Matt Faraday will be on the phone to you telling you how they're making a late rush for the finals.
Ferntree Gully.
Another score in Premier Division. Donny Easter got out to 18 points, 10-13-73. Donny Easter to Vermont 8-7-55.
And Brain Brash has just tore up his membership.
Kick on goal from Jared Smith from a long way out is as accurate as ever, from about 50 on the right boot. And he gets a bit of reward for his effort. It's a brilliant kick there. So it was through the hands of Yu Ashwin, and he picked it up and off a couple steps. Sends it goalward and sends it through.
Yeah, did very well there, and he's fought hard. There are, like, the effort has been there. It's just, I don't know, the method, Spider, today.
It's been method and system, and that's been the difference in this game. The system and method of the Dockers has simply, been better across the board rather than when the Devils have gone in, where it's been clumpy, it hasn't been clean, and at times it's just been messy.
Paul, talk to me about Croydon Surrey Park, please, because if Wantirna South drop one here.
We will have a look at that in a second as we're back in the middle. Kaika wrapped up by Fogarty. Have you got a score there, Paul?
Score at the moment, Surrey Park 10-9-69 to Croydon 9-12-66.
So
they like the close ones, Croydon, don't they?
They love it.
I should have just slowly said, like they do at the Brownlow when the contender gets votes. Maybe later, I'll do.
McMillan in defence. Gets the kick away to Hunt. Hunt in front of the Wantirna South coaching box. There's a short option forward in Dale. Real slow play here as they don't have a whole lot ahead of them. Dale will send it in towards a very dangerous position. Out the back, works out all right for Clark. Clark gets it off to Grimer. Grimer, kick forward on the chest. Figamali takes the mark, and that was much better from the Devils. And they haven't had too many of these, too many inside 50 marks where they've been in a good position to have the set shot. And
it's because the Dogs haven't allowed that space, so they haven't been able to have that luxury. And on that occasion, they were able to get some better entries.
So Figamali, slight angle, be kicking from 25 metres out. Can he get another late one for the Devils? And that one only just sneaks through for a minor score to minor score 4-8-32 to 11-10-76. Templestowe, another score around the grounds.
Final score in Div 2, Heathmont 11-12-78 to Ringwood 9-7-61.
Yeah.
So Jets still alive.
The kick will come out, clearing the lines from the kick in as Pack forms underneath it. Still plenty of footy to be won as Yu Ashwin gets the ball, bursts away from the Pack, gives it off to Mariani. Mariani hit as he kicked, but just about got it off to a teammate. Now they look back to Ashwin in the middle of the ground, steps right, has to go backwards to get the kick forward. Fariz is there. There's a player down behind, player holding a shoulder. We might have play stopped shortly there, but for the meantime, it's Carl Giovannini in pursuit as the short cheap kick finds its man in B. Chaz for the Devils as he looks forward. He's got a teammate all by himself in Lachlan Morris, who goes forward once more, and footy's dropped out the back. Caney was around it, so too is Figamali. Handball just looks to clear. It's in the hands of Warren. Warren goes wide to a teammate who can now try and clear their lines. Pulled the kick just slightly. Smith got hands to the footy, couldn't quite take it. Farizis is there again, wrapped up as he tried to take on 2 or 3 players. And he's holding the ball, so Lachlan Morris has the ball on the edge of 50. Looks to set up a teammate, but will just drop the kick into the hands of an opposition defender. There's a chance for Templestowe to slow play down now. That player that was down before is now up and moving again, which is good to see as the Dockers look to use the far side of the field as they get the ball to Zayn and Nardi. And Nardi, wearing the number 26 today, will look further in ball and just try to take territory with the kick. Pack Foreman under. Gee, it was a well-taken mark by Nathan Dinez. Flew well and came down with it. He's got McMillan off to his side, but instead elects to go forward, looking for the lead-up of the big man in Jake Dinez. So the two Dinezes linking up as now Jake Dinez sends a hoofing kick forward. Figamali's under it. It came off hands. And it's rushed through for a minor score as we go around the grounds with Paul Yaconi.
Score in Premier Division, 2 points between Rowville and Baldwin. It's Rowville 10-7-67 to Baldwin 10-5-65.
There you go, Ray. Dare to dream, Ray.
That's all right.
Holding on it at the moment as the
It'll
Dockers.
be what it'll be. If they're good enough, they'll hang on.
Still a lot of work to do.
So 19.5 minutes gone, final term out here at Templestowe Reserve. Just keeping this alive. Not quite, out of bounds on the full from the kick-in, which means Caney will take possession for the Devils, has a short option forward, and the mark is taken. And doing nicely there, Jordan Dale can go back and potentially kick the Devils 5th. Be a little bit of an angle, but be only 15-20 metres out. Just hasn't been their day today, Wantirna South, but it's been a fantastic season for them so far. I'm sure they will bounce back next week, but they'll certainly be disappointed walking off the field today. Just have not matched it with Templestowe, and they take 1 win apiece, they will, as Dale lines up to bring the margin back to 37 points. And he has missed it to the left, so just a minor score. That moves him to 4-11-35. Or 4-10-34, should I say, 11-10-76 Templestowe. Paul Yaconi.
Some more final scores in Division 3. Scoresby 13-12-90 to Knox 7-8-50 and Ferntree Gully 11-7-73 to Donvale 9-12-66.
And another one, Baldwin by 4 points at the 22-minute mark.
So McMillan takes a mark here. Nathan McMillan wheeling around. He's been one player that can hold his head high for Wantirna South as he looks inside 50. Pack 4 and Mariani was around it, couldn't quite take it, so too was O'Keefe. He got the handball out. Has to go back, to go forwards now. Whistle blown though from the non-officiating umpire, and there's a free kick going the way of the Devils. As
First time in front, Baldwin are in front for today.
That umpire was standing on the white line in Porter Street when he paid that one. He ran nearly the whole length of the field to pay the free kick.
The free kick has been paid though, so it's Jack O'Keefe who will look to line up from maybe a 50 or 60 degree angle
Baldwin
here.
now up by 10 points. They just kicked another one.
Raise memberships on
That's
the
all right.
line.
Just feel that Dockers have put the queue in the rack
should have
here.
stopped that plane during the week.
So O'Keefe waltzes in from about 45 metres out, has pulled his kick.
It's the same as the last one.
Nardi tells him to go to the bench.
Well, the sting's gone out of this one.
Well, when something's going wrong, it just seems all fall apart.
Tricoulia let him know about it.
So 4:11:35, Wantirna South, 11:10:76, Templestowe, 22 minutes gone, final term. As Spider said, the sting has gone out of this one. Another out of the bounds free kick going the way of the Devils, who moved this forward to Luke Grimer. He'll be kicking where Matt Mariani had 2 set shots, kicked a beautiful goal, and then kicked the other one out of bounds on the full. So we'll see what Luke Grimer can do from here. Real tough angle, but great to have him back in the side for Wantirna South. Nice looking kick. And he's put it through.
Kicked it, yes.
So that's their 5th. 5:11:41 Wantirna South. 11:10:76 Templestowe. 22 and a half minutes gone. We've got another score around the grounds in Premier Division, have we?
Yes, so 2 final scores. East Ringwood 15-14, 104 to Mitcham 8-2-50. That's a final score. A final score between Berwick and Noble Park. Noble Park 16-6, 102 to Berwick 9-3-57. And at Donny East, not a final score yet, but Donny East lead 10-14, 74 to Vermont 8-8-56. So it
I reckon
looks
that
like
one's done because Vermont have not scored in a while.
Looks like
Stop to a walk there.
Noble are in the 5.
And just on Luke Grimer, it's been a good return for him, and he's going to be playing an important role, Ryan, for the Devils in the back end of the year. It's a good addition to their team after the transfer windows closed just the other day.
Rucks well at it, and it's Warren winning the clearance as he looks forward. Kazakis a target. He was well held. Carl Giovannini around the footy was held up by Nathan Dinez, and now Wantirna South look to bring it out. Still many bodies around the footy. Mariani applying pressure. They look to bring it out now through Jared Smith. Do the Devils just got the kick off as Mariani dove at his feet. 1v1 contest, well spoiled by Templestowe as Fogarty gave it back to the man that did the work in defence. And now Mark taken. Well done there from the Dockers to work the ball forward. It's Daniel Barnes, who's been absolutely brilliant today, has to be said. He looks to line up a target as the ball just got away from Watson. He's still around it though. Carl Giovannini with a footy. Did a whole 720 in the tackle, looking for Ashwin. Now Ashwin lost the footy. McMillan looking to bring it out. His kick to the wing was perfectly weighted. Finds the hands of Beachas, who looks inside. Mark taken well by Kaika. Kaika gets it off to a teammate in Morris, who looks forward now. Hit as he kicked. Jake Dinez is with the footy. He's got a chance to shoot a goal. And it's well taken.
Yeah. Good play, coast to coast then for Wantirna South.
Jake Dinez gets his second of the day.
And that's probably their best passenger play, Ray, for the day.
Yeah.
I mean, that just shows what they do have in their kit bag. They do, if they get their confidence going and their ball movement, they are capable of moving the ball with that sort of type of transition. So that's a good sign for them moving into next week. If they can do that going forward, who knows what their capability is, but that was a good finish.
Well, if the fat lady wasn't singing before, she's certainly singing now out at Donny East, because Donny East have got the chocolates over Vermont. They win by 24 points. Donny East 11-14-80 to Vermont 8-8-56.
Which means Noble Park, as you said, will move into 5th.
Yeah, we spoke about it. I mean, they're not surprising results. It's just they have finally stood up and taken note and backed themselves.
Back in the middle again. Mariani got the clearance forward, who's had a massive afternoon. Giovannini got the hands off. Now going forward was Woods, and the mark is taken, and there will be another set shot goal for the Dockers.
That was a good kick.
Going to take his full 30 for this.
Yes, he's in no rush. Is Bailey Watson.
Been good.
Yeah, he's kicked a couple this afternoon, and he'll look for a third, and certainly a big day for him and the Dockers as Watson comes in. Puts a bit of icing on the cake if he puts this through the middle. He makes no mistake. He's got 3. And it certainly
And the
certainly
crowd
quite
go-
quiet out here,
Nowhere.
even after a Templestowe goal. 12-10-82 to 6-11-47, Wantirna South. 26 gone in the final term. Not long away as we got another score to read out in Division 1.
Yeah, so in Div 1, a shootout between Montrose and Baronia. Montrose 20-10, 132. Baronia 15-11, 101. And a final score from...
Is that why my phone's been buzzing for the last 5 minutes? Someone's trying to get a hold of me.
That's probably Blake saying I'm back on the that he's back on the bandwagon. South Belgrave 9-14-68 to Beaky 6-7-43.
And a final score at Roval, Bowen up one by 10 points, 10-7-67 Roval to 12-5-77 Bowen.
Ooh, so
commiserations, right?
Nearly held on.
2 weeks in a row, they've come from behind Bowen.
As Mariani looks to bring it forward, free kick pay, bit of advantage given to Michael Fogarty, who looks for the lead of it. Teammate in Watson, he couldn't quite take it, but he's back and applying a lot of pressure. Laid the tackle himself there. He's now looking to bring it out with Woods. Gets it back, Carl Giovannini, left foot snap around the corner. He's just pulled it too far. Another behind.
Just quickly, a final score in Divi 2, a big final score. Surrey Park 11-9-75 to Croydon 9-13-67.
Oh, what did Croydon kick in the first quarter? 1 goal 5?
Yeah, that was always going to come back to bite them. Yeah.
That's a shame. That's a big missed opportunity. But as Carl Giovannini takes a mark here inside the forward 50, but it's a massive win for Surrey Park. You can now go even on points with Wantirna South.
Well, I think that's probably, that's your top 3. I really don't see that changing.
Oh, there's no question
That was
about
an
that.
8-point game if Croydon were ever going to steal a double chance. So it's just going to be, did Templestowe hold on to that top spot? And after today, you certainly think so.
So Giovannini will be kicking from just under 50 metres out on a 45-degree angle. It's really just percentage boosters at this stage as all the bite has gone out of Templestowe reserves. Giovannini runs onto his right, plays on, kicks truly. Goal umpire didn't have to move an inch, and that's very well done from Carl Giovannini, who again is capping off another very strong performance in the Purple Jackets as Templestowe extend their lead 13-11, 89-6, 11-47. So now 42 points on the Bendigo Bank score.
Yeah, and it's probably the margin, Chris, to be honest. It's look, they've controlled the game right from the outset. They jumped the Devils, and they've really been. This has been a really well-oiled machine today by the Dockers. Great performance through the midfield, and they've really played the game out in the last 10 minutes. It looked like they put the cue in the rack, but they've found another little kick in them to finish off the game.
Final score in Divi 4, Warrandyte 7-14-56 to Chirnside Park 7-9-51.
And there's the siren here. It is Templestowe 13-11-89 defeating Wantirna South 6-11-47. A impressive 42-point win for the Dockers. And when you look at it, and when you look at the names on that page for Templestowe, all the big names played well. Fogarty, Mariani, Giovannini, Mitchiner, they all did their job. And then you go down the line and look at Josh Warren, who's flies under the radar because of some of those big names. Some other players who probably a little bit not as recognised, but Watson was fantastic and Barnes did his job. It was a real impressive performance from the Dockers, right?
Yeah, look, they were just too strong. They were too strong in the contest on the ground. They marked the ball. Wantirna South did play into their hands a little bit, kicking the ball high into Wantirna South's own forward 50. But that's what, that's all. But that's pressure. It's pressure from the kicker. Look, the pressure that Templestowe put on Wantirna South for 4 quarters was just superb.
And just having a look at Taylor Leggett there on the screen, has the calf iced up, and obviously,
that's a concern.
Yeah, started really well in that first quarter, and then I hope we haven't jinxed him because we talked about this in the pre-game of how great it was to see him out there and staying fit, and obviously he's had his injury problems in recent years, so fingers crossed for him it's nothing too serious and it's more precautionary. But I'm not, I don't walk away concerned about the Devils after today. I think it's just one of those off days. It just didn't go well for them, and for Templestowe, everything went right, and they are a very good side. It's one apiece, and they both won those contests by a fair margin. So who has, I don't know if anyone has a mental edge going into the final series. I think both sides will take a bit out of both performances.
Yeah, and then when they both play each other, in the finals, there's going to, we'll reflect and say that, they've both got equal opportunity. But I think when you look on today's performance, Templestowe really demonstrated and illustrated why they are currently the benchmark team in this competition. When they really needed to step it up, they did, and they did it, with full force and power, both with ball in hand and with their physical pressure.
What I liked about them, Spider, today was I saw a great similarity with the way I saw Donvale play their football the other week in the lower division. They play the same sort of football. You shut down one or two of their midfield, someone else bobs up. You shut down their forward, someone else bobs up. And they're very hard at the football, just like Donvale. Two of the great sides.
Agree, and I think this is what we've probably wanted from Templestowe over the last couple of years. There's been that expectation on them. They haven't quite delivered, but going into this year, they've gone out, they've identified the players they really wanted to get to the club. They got Cooper, he's not playing today, but Mariani coming to the club and really, taking that midfield to another level, and he's really made this team a contender now, and it's going to be interesting to see how they go in the back end of the season.
Spider, they're a side that they need a premiership, because you go back to the day when Rick Irwin was coaching them there, they played in 3 or 4 grand finals and never ever won one. So let's say the way they I saw today.
And even going back further to that when Brett Davidson was coaching, they've shown so much promise to get there and put themselves in position to win flags, but they haven't been able to touch the ultimate success. Maybe this year,
they look a different unit to me this year than
and they look very hungry and driven this playing group.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, because we haven't got the boundary rider, we won't be able to hear the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, Celebrating Lives. But we're going to take one last ad break here before we jump into the votes for the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award, as well as the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, and wrap things up here at Templestowe Reserve. The Dockers 13-11-89, defeating Wantirna South 8-11-47.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Templestowe Reserve. It was the Dockers victorious out here in the top of the table clash in Division 2. 13-11-89 to Wantirna South, 6-11-47. A 42-point win in the end, and deserved so. They were a really, right from the first bounce, really, they dominated that first quarter, and at patches, Wantirna South showed a little bit, a few signs, but overall just a massive day for the Dockers, and I think they're going to feature quite heavily in the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground votes for this afternoon. Of course, the winner of this award will walk away with the $50 Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher. Ray, we're going to start with you. You're 1, 2, 3, and what have you got for us?
Well, one I gave to a Wantirna South player, and that was Nathan Dines down back. I thought he put in 4 very good serviceable quarters. He was one player, in my opinion, that can hold his head high for Wantirna South.
Good pick.
Second one, I gave 2 votes to Bailey Watson. Big, tall forward, chipped in with 3 goals when it was counted. And, of course, Matt Mariani, my 3 votes. He set the game up right from the very first bounce.
Matt Spiderlee, you're 1, 2, 3.
Okay, they're all Templestowe players. Found it. I had to juggle it around a little bit probably for the 1 vote, but I've settled on Mitchener for the 1 vote. I thought his presence in the ruck, yes, very physical, but right in the middle of the ground, he set the trend right from the outset, and his ability around the ground, he really threw his weight around. He's physical, but his ruck work was really crafty today, and I really enjoyed watching him play today. I think he's going to be so important, in the back end of the season. 2 votes, I thought, a guy that really set the game up early in the piece. Mick Fogarty, thought he played terrific. Just when he's got ball in hand, he's so well balanced, very skillful player. But also when he doesn't have the ball in hand, he's equally as good putting the clamps on his direct opponent. And some of his stoppage work today, particularly in the first half, I thought was simply brilliant. And I think without question the best player and the most influential player on the ground. He kicked some goals, but his ability to work through the contest, he's worked through the middle part of the ground, and he's the best player in the competition. He's won league best and fairest for a reason, and that's Matt Mariani. He was clearly the best player on the ground, and probably an apology to Barnes. I thought he was terrific, and he probably was the one that got squeezed out of the vote, so he can probably see himself a little bit unlucky. And Watson also, with his 3 goals. So there was a couple there that probably could have easily snuck in.
Paul Uconi, you're 1, 2, 3 for today's Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground.
Yeah, my 1, 2, 3. 1 vote goes to Mitchener, 2 goes to Bailey Watson, and 3 to Mariani.
Chris, you're 1, 2, 3, who's busy telling up our results, but I think we know the winner.
Yeah, I've gone 1 to you, Ashwin. I thought his run through the middle was really good, and it was really influential in a lot of the scoring chains that they had. Also, probably the coolest name I've been able to commentate so far, so that's a plus for him as well. I went 2 to Daniel Barnes. I think a lot of his work went under the radar, but he just seemed to pop up everywhere, apart from a slightly slower first quarter start. I thought it was very, very good in connecting their lines today. And then, of course, 3 to Matt Mariani. I think we've heard enough about him already.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just going to echo Spider's 1, 2, 3. That was mine as well. 1 to Mitchener. I thought he was dominant through the ruck. 2 to Fogarty. Again, just an absolute ball through the clearances, and just seems to find a lot of space himself. And then the 3 votes, I thought absolutely the best player on the ground was Matt Mariani. Set the game up, kicked a couple of goals as well. How many did we finish with, 2 or 3?
Must have finished with 3.
Kicked the 3 goals. Probably would have had the ball at least 25 times.
Clearance work,
so
contested
influential.
Ball. Yeah, he was electric.
And I'm sure he's had a Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground voucher before in the past, or a different sponsor.
Yeah,
but
he's probably got a stack of them in his footy bag.
Well, there is an expiry date on this, so don't leave that to waste, but congratulations to Matt Mariani. Sportsco Eastland best on ground. He was in the running for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, and he still is, but I thought Fasanella kicked a good one in the last quarter.
Pretty good,
any other takers from that one, or does Andrew Fasanella walk away with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day?
Fasanella's was the spin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Spin and spin.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
He blew the kiss as well.
I think that was probably the one.
All right, congratulations, Fasanella, the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And because the game finished so late, we've actually pushed right through almost to 5:15. So just quickly going over some of those scores. I've got them in front of me at the moment. Just some of the big ones. So Doncaster East defeating Vermont by 24 points and Noble Park defeating Berwick by 45 means that Noble Park are now inside the top 5, which is something we certainly didn't see coming at the start of the season. I'll give Montrose a lot of credit on this one. They finished, as Paul said, on 144 points. Massive result out there at Baronia, and that's a big one for their top 5 chances. South Belgrave continue to find a way to win, even with some players out of the side, so they're going to take a lot of beating this year. Of course, in this division, this was quite influential, but Surrey Park getting across the line over Croydon really creates that gap again, and they look pretty home for a double chance, although Mulgrave did win again against East Burwood, so they stay in the hunts there. And moving on to Division 3, which is a wild weekend in Division 3, a lot to unpack tomorrow in the weekend recovery, but Fair Park, Chris's Fair Park Lions, a diehard Lions supporter for a day, is be very thrilled with that result. 53-point winners over Sylvan.
If you cut me, I bleed whatever colour they wear.
Red, yellow and blue.
Yep.
The old Fitzroy jumper, Fair Park, and that is a massive result. We're looking forward to breaking down that tomorrow in
Maybe
the podcast.
Fair Park on the show tomorrow morning?
Yes, we'll certainly see if we can get a hold of Josh Allison. Scoresby 40-point winners over Knox. They continue to... That top 2 is pretty much settled now with Upper Ferntree Gully losing the base. And cannot believe that Ferntree Gully have got across the line over Donvale by 7 points, which means all tied at the top between Donvale and Scoresby. So minor premiership now really starts to open up for Scoresby. They play each other round 17 this year. Whitehorse needed a big win. Paul, your mic's off?
That'll be a big game.
Either way, no.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Oakland District also kicked, 180-something?
Yeah, very...
Blake Pearson with 8 goals.
8 goals was phenomenal. And
making
division,
their charge, aren't they, to the finals with Swanee?
Division 4, I'll tell you, aside this making a charge is Warrandyte with obviously that win against Chirnside Parks, as you read out, Paul. That's a fantastic win for them, which sees them, they're still 2 games behind Chirnside Park, but there's... Obviously, it's a top 4, so different setup. It's just getting to the top 2 and you get the double chance. So I'd say they are arguably now the informed team of the competition. We've talked about Chirnside Park enough, but they are right there with them. They are now, I think that's maybe 5 wins on the trot, maybe 7 out of the last 8, something ridiculous like that.
They've really taken some leaps and bounds, and they've got some momentum.
Yeah, certainly. And Croydon North big winners too. They keep in touch with that top 4. They are
Can
one
they
side.
do it? Can they
do
squeeze
it?
in there?
That's the exciting one that we'll keep an eye on across the next few weeks. But we're going to start to wrap things up out here at Templestowe Reserve. Ray Baird, great to have you in. And I believe are you in to the podcast tomorrow? I can't remember.
Yes, I'll be there. I'll be there.
A lot of talking points tomorrow, but thank you again for your hard work across the weekend. Matt Spider Lee again.
No problems, mate.
Another big weekend from you, Friday and Saturday, and looking forward to hearing from you on Friday in the weekend forecast, and plenty to discuss. Absolutely. Paul Uconi done a fantastic job. Big day for you, and senior women's in the morning, keeping an eye on all these wild scores across the grounds.
Thank you, Ryan.
Chris Cordis, who's taken a day off soccer to because he was so hyped up for this one. It didn't quite live up to the expectations, but
hey, at least Fair Park got up.
Great to have you on board again on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
Of course, Lee Green, who nothing runs without Lee Green's help, who's unfortunately unwell, but he's fought it out as well. Megan Green on the camera is doing a fantastic job once again, and she's given the peace sign down there.
Just very quickly, thanks for that, Ryan, and Kate as well. But Kate mentioned something on our chat. If you have a look at the framework of Templestowe, it's actually shaped like the bows or the sterns of ships. we've never seen that because we've never been over this side of the ground.
No,
I've got that on the stream at the moment.
I've seen that. I've just got no idea what it was.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
It makes sense because they're the Dockers.
The Dockers. That's very cool. And Templestowe, they'll be very happy. Good chicken burger, they said, and they've walked away with a big win here.
You're going to redeem your voucher? You're going to go and redeem your $10 back? Or
I want a free drink. That's all I want. 13-11-89 defeating Wantirna South 6-11-47.